The early season wind swept through the southern outskirts of Colorado Springs, slipping through the cracks of an abandoned warehouse that no one remembered why it had ever been built. Outside, weeds had overtaken the entrance, their roots pushing up the old paving stones. No one came near this place. No one noticed that something inside was still breathing among the ruins. Blaze was only discovered after an anonymous call reported a faint whimper coming from within. When the rescue team arrived, they had to pry open the rusted metal door with crowbars. Light entered for the first time after months of darkness. And then they saw him. A German shepherd, so emaciated that his ribs showed clearly beneath fur clumped with dried blood and dirt. His body was pressed into a corner of the room where the light didn't reach, and the only thing that moved were his eyes, wide open, unblinking, unresponsive. A cold emptiness filled the gaze of a creature that had once known loyalty. Blaze didn't bark. He didn't even whimper anymore. It was as if he had run out of sound long ago. They reached into the cage, offered food, called out in all kinds of voices, but he didn't move. Even when the crate was dragged into the light, he didn't resist. His body was silent, surrendered, like a shell with no soul left inside. The old collar had embedded into his neck, tearing deep into the skin. They guessed he had been left in that warehouse for months, surviving off leaking water from broken pipes and anything he could chew on in the darkness. And all the way to the rescue center, Blaze didn't move. He didn't tremble, didn't resist, didn't make a sound. His eyes were empty, no longer waiting, no longer afraid. As if he had waited long enough. At the center, the veterinary staff had to sedate him to remove the collar, treat the infections, and administer fluids. Each needle entered as if it were piercing a body that had stopped wanting to survive. His medical report was long: severe malnutrition, dehydration, systemic infection, pressure sores, parasites. "We can save the body," the vet said, voice low as he reviewed the initial report. "But the mind, I'm not sure." The staff gave him a temporary name, Blaze, a painfully ironic name because it suggested fire, yet the creature lying there was nothing but ash. In his file, Blaze was marked as a special case. No contact, unlikely to reintegrate, not because he was aggressive, but because he had lost all trust. And in that cold corner of his kennel, where the security camera only detected motion past midnight, after all the humans had gone, Blaze remained curled in the same position, a living wound. No one had touched him. No one had truly been seen by him. At the Timberline Animal Rescue Center in Colorado Springs, every emergency protocol had already been carried out. Blaze was taken straight to the isolation ward, a room where the lights were never too harsh, and all noise was kept to a minimum. The veterinary team worked through each step carefully: intravenous fluids, wound cleaning, trimming the clumped and matted fur, and finally removing the collar embedded deep in his flesh using a scalpel and local anesthesia. Not a single howl. No pain reflex. The dog didn't thrash or resist. He simply lay there like an abandoned field, letting the hands of others dig, clean, and attempt to restore what little remained. Dr. Lyndon Hart, the lead veterinarian on the case, quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead after the nearly 3-hour procedure. He hadn't said a word the entire time. It was only after closing the temporary medical file that he finally spoke. "We can repair the body," he said in a low voice, "but the part we can't stitch back is the mind." Blaze spent his first day at the center without a single notable change. He was placed in a separate kennel, completely isolated, monitored by cameras, and restricted to one handler at a time. But he showed no reaction to anyone. He wouldn't eat if someone was nearby, wouldn't lift his head, wouldn't move. Only when night fell did the cameras finally capture a glimpse of life. a single figure moving in silence, pacing in slow, repetitive circles like a clock hand stuck between seconds. Not searching for anything, just a mechanical rhythm that hadn't been erased. When janitors walked past, he would curl back into his corner, eyes shut tightly as if willing himself to disappear. When someone tried calling his name, he gave no sign of hearing them. Blaze wasn't aggressive. He wasn't defensive. He simply wasn't there anymore. The body breathed, but the eyes were hollow. 2 weeks passed like that. The center's behavior specialists, experts who had worked with hundreds of abandoned, abused, and wrongly trained dogs, each took a turn. None of them could reach him. Most animals, even the frightened ones, respond to human eye contact, said Kendra, the center's animal behaviorist. But Blaze doesn't. He's not angry. He's not guarded. He's frozen. One person likened him to a statue. Another said he looked like a soul trapped in the wrong body. But everyone agreed on one thing. Time was running out. The center was overcrowded. Blaze needed specialized care, or he would have to be removed from the priority list. A temporary suspension of intensive treatment was proposed. If nothing changed in the next week, Blaze would be transferred to a secondary facility, where the odds of survival were slim. Then, on a cloudy morning, a woman walked through the shelter's gate with a box of paints and a roll of drawing paper. She wasn't looking for a dog. She didn't expect to heal anyone. She had simply asked for permission to sketch a few animal portraits for a community project at the local library. Her name was Elena Carver. And Blaze's eyes that had refused to see anyone for weeks, opened for the very first time when she sat quietly across from his kennel. No greeting, no wag of the tail. Just a look. But for those working at the shelter, that look was enough. It was the first flicker of something they hadn't seen in a very long time. It was the beginning of a quiet miracle. Elena Carver didn't live to impress anyone. She didn't update social media. She didn't keep many friends. Her small apartment was tucked on the second floor of an old red brick building on the west side of Colorado Springs, where everything quieted down after 6 in the evening, and no one cared when someone pulled their curtains shut. She had once lived a different life. Back then, her drawings were filled with color. Sketches covered coffee cups, park benches, and bustling street corners. There was a time when she used to paint her future, using warm tones and the rhythm of hope, until that afternoon. The accident happened 3 days before her wedding. A drunk driver, an intersection without traffic lights, an unread message that still sat on her phone. "Do you need me to bring anything else?" He never made it to where she was waiting. And after that, Elena stopped using color. She shifted to graphite sketches, then black ink, and eventually, nothing. Blank pages, white walls, a white room, a white mind. Each day became another unfinished draft. She declined therapy, turned down every support group. The only person she stayed in contact with was her longtime family therapist, someone who had known her since she was a teenager. That therapist had once suggested something that sounded so simple it felt absurd. Draw something outside the pain, a dog, a cat, any creature that doesn't know how to hurt you. Elena thought of the animal shelter on the south side of the city, a place she used to visit with her mother as a child, dropping off leftover food and old blankets. It was a memory without sharp edges. A quiet place. A place with no familiar faces. She brought a sketch pad, a few pencils, a watercolor tin with dried-up edges, and one simple offer. "I'd like to draw a few portraits to help with the adoption campaign. No charge. I just need a small corner." The shelter agreed. They always needed people to do the things no one else had time for. So she came. She sat near the recovering dogs and sketched quietly. No questions, no petting. Sometimes she simply let her eyes follow the curve of fur, the glow along a muzzle, the tilt of an ear. She wasn't drawing for art. She drew because it was the only way to keep her breath steady each day. And then she met Blaze. No one led her to him. No one introduced them. She had just finished packing up when that look, sudden and sharp, cut into her like something she didn't notice at first. It wasn't a look asking for help. It didn't carry resentment. It was just empty. The same kind of empty she once was. Elena stood still, not knowing why she hadn't walked away. She sat down again, not sure why she reopened her sketchbook. She didn't draw. She simply stayed, like she no longer remembered what she was supposed to do except exist alongside another creature also caught between holding on and letting go. And for the first time in a long while, the page was no longer blank. The idea didn't come from inspiration. It came from a phone call, an old acquaintance now managing a community art program at the city's central library. Her voice was full of enthusiasm, but Elena barely listened. The words reached her ears without truly landing. "We're organizing an exhibit series about the bond between humans and animals. Each artist will cover a specific group: dogs, cats, birds, anything. Would you like to try sketching dogs? I remember you spent some time working with animals." Elena was quiet for a moment before giving a short reply. "Sure, I'll try." It wasn't a promise, not even a firm decision. Just a quiet agreement, something to say that wouldn't be another no. 3 days later, she arrived at the Timberline Rescue Center with a small bag, a few worn watercolor tins, a roll of sketch paper, and a printed letter of introduction in black ink. The front desk greeted her with cautious surprise. They were used to volunteers, vets, adopters, or people who came in just to look, then quietly left. But they'd never seen anyone ask to come in to draw dogs. "For a community art project," Elena explained, her voice rough but steady. "I don't need to touch any of the animals. I just need a corner to observe. If it's useful, I'll donate the drawings to the shelter or use them for the adoption exhibit." The staff member on duty that morning was a young woman named Nora, an animal lover but a realist. She looked at Elena, then at the letter. "Nothing to lose," Nora said, then led her inside. The air inside the center felt different from any place Elena had been. Not quite gloomy, but suspended somehow, as if time moved slower here, or perhaps hovered slightly above the floor. The sounds were soft and scattered. Claws against metal, an occasional bark, footsteps echoing down the hall, and fading just as quickly. Elena found a spot near a window. She sat down, opened her sketch pad, placed her colors beside her. No one paid her much attention. The dogs didn't either. Most had grown used to the blur of strangers coming and going. She sketched quickly, thin, simple lines, capturing only form. She didn't use color. She wasn't looking for spirit or expression, just shape. The curl of a resting spine, a dropped tail, the slight tilt of a neck. But when she passed the last row of kennels, something stopped her mid-step. The very last corner. No sound. No movement. Just a gray mass pressed into the back wall of the kennel, blending almost entirely into the dark. A large dog, a German shepherd, curled in tight, as if trying to vanish from its own shape. She hadn't meant to stop. But that gaze, it wasn't pleading, it wasn't watching. It was simply seeing. Elena stood still. She didn't know why she hadn't walked on. She didn't know why she sat down on the opposite side of the bars, lowered her pencil to the floor, and simply stayed. Maybe it wasn't the beginning of a drawing. Maybe it was the beginning of a story she didn't yet know she was about to be part of. Elena didn't know why she went back. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the fact that she hadn't really drawn anything the previous day, Just a few vague lines on paper, sketches of easy dogs, dogs that were gentle, predictable, and forgettable. But that shadow at the end of the row. It never made it into her sketch, yet it wouldn't leave her mind. That morning she brought fewer sheets of paper, left the watercolors behind, and carried only a few pencils. The sky was overcast. The center felt just as damp, just as quiet. Everything was exactly the same as before. But this time she didn't wander the rows like an artist searching for a subject. She walked straight to the end of the hallway, a place without light, without greetings, just a corner of darkness waiting for someone patient enough not to walk past. Blaze was still there. Nothing had changed. The kennel corner remained cold. The walls were still stained gray with mold. The German shepherd's body was still pressed against the wall as if he were trying to disappear into the concrete. But when Elena sat down, resting her back against the wall across from him, and said nothing, his eyes opened. Not wide, not clear, but enough to register. He looked at her, just for a second, then turned his head away. But Elena had seen it. And in that fleeting glance, she saw no aggression, no fear. She saw something familiar. Emptiness. Not the kind that came from fresh abandonment, but the kind that had been there too long. The kind where every emotion had already gone quiet. The kind of emptiness people often mistook for calm, for obedience, for being well-trained, when inside it was a bottomless void. Elena knew that feeling. She had lived in it for more than a year, so she didn't say anything. She didn't stare. She opened her sketchbook, laid it on her lap, but didn't draw. Her pencil moved aimlessly. Soft circles, loose cross-hatching, dots with no beginning or end. Time passed, not fast, not slow, just passed. A janitor walked by, almost asked something, but said nothing and moved on. No one disturbed Elena. She didn't look like someone coming to adopt. She didn't look like someone who would come back, but she did. The next day. And the day after. And on the third day, when she lowered herself onto the floor as usual, Blaze's eyes were already open. He didn't turn his head. He didn't move. But he was watching. And this time, he didn't look away. Elena didn't lower her gaze either. They just looked at each other. Two sets of eyes that had once known what trust felt like, now covered in dust and quiet cracks that never fully healed. No one broke the silence. But in that look, something had shifted. Not in words, not in action, just a quiet message exchanged. I see you. And for a dog who no longer recognized the presence of humans, and a woman who no longer drew from emotion, that was enough to begin. No one asked Elena to come back. No one expected her to. But ever since she first sat in front of Blaze and received that look, something wordless, something without name, she returned the next morning. Then the morning after that. And the one after. She didn't bring expectations. She didn't come with a plan to rescue. She wasn't a behaviorist. She had no experience rehabilitating animals. All she brought each day were a few pencils, a sketchbook, and a small folding chair. She arrived on time, sat in the same spot. She didn't move closer. She didn't try to tempt him with treats. She never called his name. She was just there. In the beginning, Blaze stayed curled in the corner, eyes closed, body still. Elena never tried to guess whether he was sleeping, observing, or simply refusing the world. She didn't need to know. She didn't take notes. Her pencil moved, but not to finish anything. The strokes were nothing more than a rhythm, just enough to keep her grounded, to calm the spaces inside her that still ached in silence. On the fourth day, when she sat down, Blaze lifted his head. Just a few inches. Not for long. but enough to let her know that she hadn't disappeared from the world he was watching. On the 5th day, he didn't look away the moment he saw her. His gaze held for just a beat longer, a fraction past one breath. Then on the 6th day, as Elena pretended to read, she could feel his eyes on her, not once, but again and again, not wary, not guarded, but like a creature trying to remember something old, the presence of a human who wasn't a threat. The staff began to notice. Some smiled softly. Others watched, unconvinced. What is she even doing? Sitting all morning like that, how is she not bored? I don't get why Blaze lets her be there. But no one intervened. Perhaps because they felt it too. After so many failed attempts, sometimes the only thing left to offer is patience. And that quiet presence, no agenda, no pressure, began to create a new rhythm in Blaze's world. As if a being once severed from time was now relearning how to move through minutes again, guided by the sound of a page turning, the whisper of pencil across paper, the soft creak of a wooden chair in an empty hallway. Elena never rushed. She had never been in a hurry. Each day, as she left, she wasn't sure if what had happened could be called progress. But one thing she knew without question. She no longer came to the center to complete an art project. She came because she couldn't not come. And Blaze, in his own way, had started to wait for her. Not like a dog waits for its owner, but like a soul learning again what it means for someone to stay. Elena never called Blaze by name. She never reached through the bars, never rattled a leash, never brought treats. Every day she arrived at the same time, sat in the same spot, exactly 6 steps away from Blaze's kennel, and quietly began doing small, ordinary things, as if no one else was there. She read old books with soft covers and yellowed italics. Sometimes they were novels, sometimes travel journals by painters she once admired. Her voice was low and steady, not too slow, not too fast. When she wasn't reading, she drew. Never Blaze. She had never pointed her pencil at him. Instead, she sketched backs of figures, faint silhouettes, incomplete forms with no names and no intention of being finished. And some days, she simply sat. Silent, no pen, no book, no noticeable movement. Just sitting, breathing evenly, sometimes gazing at the ceiling, sometimes closing her eyes for a moment. When a janitor passed and asked if she needed anything, she smiled and shook her head. I'm just here for a while. At first, Blaze didn't react. His eyes stayed closed or wandered off. His ears didn't twitch. But for a creature who had once been a working dog, trained to respond to even the smallest sound or footstep, Elena's unrelenting silence was something unfamiliar. He didn't understand what she was doing. He wasn't used to someone who didn't ask anything, who didn't call his name, who didn't enter his space. And it was that silence, something no one had ever tried before, that began to create the first shift. On the 8th day, Blaze adjusted his position. He didn't curl into the corner. Instead of pressing against the wall like always, he stretched one leg forward. Not in comfort, but as if testing the length of his body again. On the 9th day, as Elena read aloud from the climax of an old novel, she felt the air change, just slightly. She glanced to the side. Blaze had opened his eyes, not looking at her, but his head was tilted, and his right ear twitched every time her voice dropped at the end of a sentence. She didn't stop. She didn't change her tone. She simply kept reading as if no one was listening. And then, on the 10th day, when she walked into the hallway, Blaze was already standing. He didn't bark. He didn't approach. He just stood there, facing the corridor, like someone recognizing a familiar presence, not by voice, but by the feeling in the air. In those quiet mornings, there was no milestone anyone could name, No photograph could capture the change. But Elena knew. Each breath, each pencil stroke, each unspoken glance was slowly seeping into that dog like midnight rain soaking into dry, hardened earth. No one could see it, but something was beginning to grow. No one at the center called it a miracle. The people who had worked in rescue long enough knew that psychological recovery didn't happen in a single afternoon. It wasn't like healing a surface wound. There was no set timeline, no perfect formula to repeat. But with Blaze, something was happening. Slow, quiet, but unmistakably real. Kendra, the center's behavioral specialist, was the first to notice. One morning, while reviewing security footage from Blaze's kennel, as she usually did before deleting it for no activity, the timeline flagged a brief period of motion. Just a few minutes, around 6 a.m., before Elena's arrival. She rewound the clip and saw Blaze pacing, not the frantic, agitated pacing from before. These steps were slower, more deliberate, with pauses. At one point, he even lifted his head and looked toward the empty hallway, then lay down near the kennel door, the exact spot closest to where Elena usually sat. Kendra didn't say anything at first. She watched again the next day. And the next. And when the pattern held, Blaze moving more in the morning, spending longer near the front of the kennel, lifting his head as Elena entered the hallway. She stopped doubting. "He's learning how to wait again," Kendra said quietly at the morning staff meeting. The room went still, because they had seen it, too. Later at lunch, Nora mentioned something similar. Blaze had started eating earlier on the days Elena showed up. "I feed him at the same time every day, but if she's not around, he just lies there, doesn't touch the food. If she's here, even just sitting quietly down the hall, he starts eating before she leaves." Another staff member added her own observation. The previous evening, while she was cleaning, Blaze didn't retreat to the farthest corner like usual. He kept his eyes on the kennel door, the same spot where Elena had stood talking to Kendra. They were just small details, tiny moments that were easy to overlook. But together they formed something undeniable. Blaze was changing, not dramatically, not all at once, but slowly, piece by piece, he was coming back to the world, through the consistent, unintrusive presence of someone who wasn't there to fix him, but simply to sit with him. Elena didn't know any of this. All she knew was that the air around her was starting to feel lighter each day. Even though she couldn't touch Blaze, couldn't draw him, couldn't comfort or command him, she felt one truth with absolute clarity. The dog had stopped hiding from her presence. And that alone was enough to keep her coming back. Not because Blaze had already changed, but because he had begun to want to. And he was allowing her to witness it, 1 millimeter at a time. There was no sound to signal it, no sudden movement, no dramatic moment like the ones in films, where the dog leaps up, barks loudly, and runs into the arms of the kind stranger. It was just another quiet morning, the same as all the others. Elena sat down and opened her worn book. Next to her sat a blank sketch pad, untouched. She didn't begin reading right away. She didn't pick up her pencil. Instead, she took a slow, deep breath, the kind she had trained herself to take before anything else, to ground herself first, and then the space around her. Then she noticed something was different. It wasn't a noise, it wasn't movement. It was a feeling, the shift in the air that comes when someone is watching you. She tilted her head slightly, not enough to look directly, just enough that her eyes could shift toward the kennel. Blaze was looking at her, not glancing, not sneaking a peek. He was watching her, fully present, his amber eyes clear and alert under the soft light. They weren't dull anymore. They weren't empty. He had lifted his head from his front paws. It was a simple posture, easy to overlook, But for Blaze, it was the first time he had consciously changed his body position in response to another person. Elena didn't react. She didn't speak. She didn't smile. She understood that even the smallest misstep, a prolonged stare, a change in tone, the wrong movement, could send everything spiraling backward. So she kept reading, kept breathing, as if nothing had happened. But inside, her hand trembled ever so slightly. Her heart beat just a little faster. From that day on, each morning brought a small change. At first, it was the look. His eyes met hers for longer periods, more directly. Then came the movements. Blaze started standing when Elena arrived. He didn't come closer, but he no longer clung to the corner of the kennel. He would take a few steps, not toward her, not away, just walking, like a creature remembering what it was to move. Then he'd return to his spot. Some days, he lay closer to the front of the kennel, where he could see her more clearly while she sat. Other days, he leaned his weight against the gate as she left. Kendra, the behaviorist, later described it as likely observational behavior, not because Blaze needed something from Elena, but because he had started to wonder. Where was she going? Would she come back? Once, Elena sneezed. Blaze flinched, but instead of curling up like he used to, he paused, lowered his ears, and looked at her again. It wasn't fear anymore. It was uncertainty, hesitation. But the hopelessness was gone. "He's starting to get curious," Kendra said to Marlene, the center's director, after reviewing the footage. "That's the first step back. When a living thing stops trying to disappear and starts trying to understand, it means some part of them has come back to life." Marlene glanced through the office window and watched Elena. She was still sketching, but not Blaze. Only soft shapes, abstract forms, incomplete outlines. Yet each day her pencil moved slower, softer, as if she wasn't drawing to escape anymore, but to remember, to preserve something real and delicate, something breathing again, something that didn't need a name or a label, only a witness, and a little more time. Elena never thought she came to the shelter to heal. She only wanted to hide from the blank apartment walls and the photo frame turned face down. To hide from polite but lifeless messages from old friends, from questions she didn't want to answer, and most of all, from herself. The self that was once a promising artist, once had a 10-year plan, once believed in the future. She just wanted to find a place where silence wasn't considered strange. And somehow, without her realizing exactly when it happened, the kennel labeled Blaze No Contact became the place where she could finally breathe. Mornings began with a cold cup of coffee and the familiar route from her apartment to the center. As she walked down the long hallway, lit with artificial light and filled with the faint smell of disinfectant and the occasional scratch of claws on tile, her mind began to quiet. No one expected answers from her. No one needed her to be okay. There was only her, Blaze, and the 6-step distance that had become an unspoken thread between them. She started to feel different. Not in a sudden way, not like some moment of awakening or the return of artistic inspiration. Just small changes, so gradual she didn't notice them at first. Her hands trembled less when holding a pencil. Her back didn't hunch quite as much, the way it used to when she curled in on herself in front of a blank canvas. She began to read, not just to pass time. Words that had once felt empty now carried weight, because on the other side of the kennel bars, there was another being learning, in its own quiet way, how to feel life again. One day, when she was packing up to leave, she moved a little more slowly than usual. As she stood, Blaze stood too. He didn't come closer. He didn't bark. He just stood there, his eyes following each of her movements. Elena paused. She turned her head slightly. Not a full look, just enough to see the light in his eyes. A small light, but real. No longer hollow, no longer the abyss it used to be. She smiled. For the first time in months, and softly, she said, "See you tomorrow." Blaze didn't understand the words, but he didn't look away. That evening, Elena went home, opened her notebook, and wrote the first few lines she had written in more than a year. "Maybe the only thing I can do right now is stay. But sometimes, staying is how we begin again." There was no one to send those words to, no one who needed to read them. But she wrote them anyway, because it was her quiet way of saying that she was still alive, still moving forward, even if she didn't yet know where the path was going. And on that path, she was not alone. She had Blaze, a dog she couldn't yet touch, couldn't hold, couldn't call by name, but who was slowly, cautiously beginning to believe in her presence, just as she was learning to believe in herself, through the reflection in his eyes. The call came on a Monday morning while Elena was sitting in her usual quiet cafe. Her latte had gone cold halfway, but she hadn't taken a single sip. Her mind was still caught in the look Blaze had given her the day before, an expression less hollow than it used to be, one that had made it impossible for her to leave early, even though she'd meant to. The screen of her phone lit up with a familiar name. Dr. Miriam Feld. The only person Elena hadn't fully cut ties with over the past few years. Elena. The voice on the other end was soft, but never fragile. "I have an invitation. It's not a requirement, but I think you should hear it." Elena didn't respond right away. She kept turning the small silver spoon between her fingers. "I'm working on a community healing project. It brings artists into the homes of veterans undergoing PTSD treatment, not to fix them through art, just to create a space of shared presence, without words." That last phrase made Elena pause. Without words. Just like how she had sat beside Blaze. "I'm not saying you need to rescue anyone," Miriam added, sensing the resistance growing inside Elena. "I'm just saying, someone might need you to be there, the way you once needed someone to sit beside you quietly, without asking anything." Elena didn't say yes that day, but that night, she pulled out a sketchbook she hadn't touched in a long time. Not the one filled with sketches of dogs, the one with the fractured drawings she had made after the accident. Distorted shapes, faces without eyes, outstretched arms with no endings. She flipped to the last page, still untouched, still white. Then closed the book. The next day, she called Miriam back. "I'll try." The project was a collaboration between the Public Health Department and a rehabilitation center for veterans in Colorado Springs. Each artist would be paired with one patient, not to rescue them, but simply to be present, to create a space where someone could be seen, a space where their existence was recognized beyond the limits of a medical file. "His name is Caleb Monroe," Miriam texted her a few days later. 37, served in Iraq, suffered a traumatic brain injury from an explosion, lives alone now, almost no social interaction. But he used to draw. He used to love images. I think you might be the right match." Elena read the message and sat in silence for a long while. Not because she was anxious, but because, for the first time in a long time, it felt like something was guiding her forward. Not duty, not urgency, just a gentle pull, like the way Blaze's eyes had once stopped her from walking away. And maybe this time it was her turn to sit with someone else, not to drag them out of the darkness, but to be there in case they ever chose to step into the light. The house sat at the end of a narrow street, nearly unnamed, in the southern part of Colorado Springs. There was no house number, no doorbell. A low iron gate was fastened with a simple padlock. On the porch, a withered potted plant. Everything about the place looked like it had stopped growing a long time ago. Elena had been escorted there by a social worker who said only one thing before dropping her off. "He lives alone, doesn't like to talk. If he doesn't respond, don't try to make conversation." She nodded. Silence was something she had grown used to. The door opened after her second knock. A man stood in the frame, tall, lean, unshaven, wearing a faded ash-colored t-shirt. He didn't say hello, didn't ask who she was. He simply looked at her, for a second longer than expected. "Elena Carver," she introduced herself, gripping her sketchbook tightly. "I'm with the Community Art Project, part of the in-home therapy support for veterans. If this doesn't feel like a good fit, I can—" "Come in." His voice was short, dry, but not unkind. Inside, the house was nearly empty. A worn armchair faced a window. A low bookshelf held a few military novels. Everything was in its place. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing added to give the illusion of warmth or comfort. Caleb Monroe, the name Elena had read several times in the file, was a former Special Forces operator who had served 2 tours in Iraq. An IED explosion had left him with a traumatic brain injury, followed by anxiety, battlefield flashbacks, and a long string of sleepless nights. He didn't look at her again. Didn't ask why an artist had appeared in his living room. Elena chose a seat across from him, not too close, not too far. She didn't pull out her paper or brushes. She simply rested a notebook on her lap and laced her fingers together. "You used to draw, didn't you?" she asked gently. Caleb lifted his head. For the first time, their eyes met. There was something old in his gaze, something locked behind a door no one else was meant to open. "I used to sketch maps, in my head, in notebooks, escape routes, patrol zones. After that, I stopped drawing." "Because you didn't need to anymore?" "Because I couldn't see anymore." He didn't smile. The words weren't metaphor. His eyes still stared forward, but not directly at her, like they were following something only he could see, just over her shoulder. Elena didn't react. She only nodded. "Then I'll just sit here, not to draw you. Not to wait for you to draw again, just to be here. If that's all right?" Caleb didn't answer, but he didn't ask her to leave. And sometimes, between 2 strangers, that silence says more than any polite greeting ever could. Elena left the house nearly an hour later. She hadn't drawn a thing, hadn't written a single word. But one image kept returning in her mind, Caleb standing in the doorway, the light behind him, his eyes carrying the weight of someone who had seen too much wreckage, now searching for the fragile line between the living and the lost. She didn't know why her heart was beating faster. And she didn't know why, when she thought of those eyes, she found herself thinking, unexpectedly, of Blaze. Elena returned to Caleb's house on the 3rd morning without expecting anything more than to repeat the quiet presence she had once offered to Blaze. She took her seat in the armchair opposite him, pulled out her sketch pad, but didn't draw. Caleb didn't look at her. He sat in silence, staring out the window, his gaze fixed on the trees in the backyard, where the wind stirred the branches slightly, but not enough to lift the heavy stillness inside the room. There were no greetings, no questions. But that didn't bother Elena. Caleb's silence didn't feel like avoidance. It felt more like a shell, something he held onto not to hide from others, but to hold together the pieces of memory that hadn't yet collapsed, until he broke it himself. "Back then," Caleb said, his voice low and steady, "I didn't sleep for 5 straight days after the blast. They gave me morphine. I tore out the 4th. I couldn't find him." Elena turned her head but didn't ask who. She waited. "The dog from my unit. Not officially mine, but I trained him, lived with him, slept beside him. 2 years. His tag said K9 Tactical Unit B167. I called him Blaze." Elena's hand froze over her sketch pad. Caleb didn't notice. His eyes were still lost somewhere in a battlefield that no longer existed. Blaze was a German shepherd. Dark coat, tan legs, scar behind the right ear. Once he pulled me out of a minefield. Another time, he dragged a teammate from the rubble. He never barked without reason. He never left his post. Until the last time. Elena still said nothing. She quietly flipped to a blank page. The explosion happened at night. I was hit bad. No memory of what came after. When I woke up, I asked where he was. They said, missing. Maybe dead. Maybe ran into the woods. No one knew. And I wasn't allowed to go back and look. Caleb paused. I never accepted that. Elena opened her mouth to speak, but stopped herself. Partly because she didn't know what to say. Partly because one name was ringing in her mind like a bell. Blaze. The scar behind the ear. The dark fur. The tan legs. The look she had seen the first time she stood in front of the kennel. No response, no fear, no life. Just a body keeping time with a heart that hadn't stopped yet. She remembered the moment she first saw that dog at the end of the row. It was also the first moment, in nearly a year, when she felt something looking back at her. It couldn't be. She quietly wrote a single word on the blank page in front of her. Blaze. And for the rest of the morning, she couldn't shake the strange, almost irrational feeling, a raw, primal intuition that maybe, somehow, beyond anything reason could explain, Blaze was still alive. And she had been sitting beside him, week after week, day after day, without even knowing it. That afternoon, instead of going straight home after leaving Caleb's house, Elena turned toward the shelter. Visiting hours were nearly over, but something in her wouldn't let the day end yet. When she stepped through the door, Nora, on shift, looked up, surprised. "Back so soon?" she said, half teasing, half curious. "Blaze'll be happy to see you." Elena offered only a faint smile, but her chest wasn't light like it usually was when she came here. Since hearing Caleb speak the name, Blaze, and describe the eyes, the coat, the scar behind the right ear, something had pressed against her chest like a weight that wouldn't lift. She had seen that scar before. She hadn't thought much of it. Just another old wound, common among abandoned dogs. But now, every detail felt like a puzzle piece falling into place, forming an image she hadn't realized she was drawing until it was nearly whole. Blaze was lying in his kennel, just like every other day. But when he saw Elena, he lifted his head. He didn't growl, didn't bark. There was only a subtle shift in his gaze, like something in him recognized something in her. She sat down, as always. But this time she didn't open her book. She didn't reach for a pencil. She simply reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small piece of fabric. A light gray hand towel, slightly worn at the corners. It was Caleb's. Earlier that day, when he had rubbed it across his forehead during a conversation, she had asked for it. An easy excuse. Nothing more than, "I need a fabric sample for sketching texture." He hadn't questioned it. Now she gently placed the towel near the edge of Blaze's kennel gate. At first he didn't move. Then, like a breeze passing through still air, he slowly leaned forward. His nose twitched softly. Then he paused. 1, 2, 3 seconds. And then quietly, he lowered himself down and pressed his head against the towel. Not wildly, not frantically, but with the weight of someone rediscovering something once lost, something once his. Elena held her breath. Blaze didn't cry out. He didn't whimper. He just lay there, still as stone, head resting against the fabric, his breath heavy, uneven, like someone awakening from a long, long sleep. His eyes closed. But not in fear. Not in withdrawal. It was surrender. Not out of submission, but out of recognition. Elena didn't know how long she sat there. She didn't move, didn't speak. She did nothing to disturb that fragile moment. Because she understood. Some things didn't need to be explained. Some wounds didn't need to be dissected. Sometimes, all that was needed was the return of a forgotten scent at the exact right time. Just enough to say, "You were never really lost." She left the shelter after nightfall, unable to shake the image from her mind. Blaze, his head nestled into the towel, eyes gently shut, his body, for the first time in months, fully at rest. She couldn't be certain. Not yet. But if her instincts were right, Blaze had never been lost. He had only not been found. The next morning, Elena woke earlier than usual. The sky outside her window was still heavy with gray clouds, the glass fogged with dew. She stood in front of the bathroom mirror, staring at herself. No makeup, hair tied back hastily, hands trembling slightly for a reason she wasn't ready to name. Yesterday afternoon, Blaze had rested his head on the towel, as if it were the only place left in the world that he recognized. Elena hadn't slept since that moment. One question had echoed in her mind, louder with every passing hour. How do I know for sure? And then she remembered Caleb's words. There's a scar behind his right ear, faint but long. It happened when he ran through rubble after the explosion. Shrapnel tore the skin. Elena had never thought twice about the scars on Blaze. For a rescue dog, they were common, just remnants of survival. But if that scar was exactly where Caleb remembered, if it matched the memory of a soldier, then coincidence stopped being random. When she arrived at the shelter, she didn't bring her sketch pad. No pencils, no brush, only a pair of thin gloves and a clean cloth folded tightly in her pocket. Nora glanced up, eyebrows slightly raised when she saw the look on Elena's face, more serious than usual. "You okay?" Nora asked gently. Elena nodded. "I just need to check something. It won't take long." Blaze was lying down, as he always did in the mornings. But when Elena approached, he lifted his head, not with fear, not with hesitation. In fact, he shifted slightly, easing himself a bit closer to the front of the kennel. A small movement, but it felt like permission. Elena knelt down, slipped on the gloves slowly. She knew this had to be done carefully. No sudden movements. "Blaze," she said softly, even though she knew he didn't respond to the name in any familiar way. She extended her hand, palm down against the floor, not touching the bars. She waited a few seconds, then gradually slipped her fingers through the gap. Blaze didn't flinch. She moved closer, not reaching for his face, but gently angling toward the back of his neck. When her fingertips brushed the dark fur behind his right ear, Blaze shivered, but didn't pull away. No growl, just a quiet, instinctive response. Elena inhaled. She parted the fur carefully. And there it was. A long, faded scar that ran from the base of his ear down toward his shoulder. Uneven, rough in texture, clearly torn by something sharp. Not a scratch from a scuffle, not the accidental nick of a nail. This was a wound from violence, from war. It was the scar. She couldn't mistake it. Elena withdrew her hand slowly, then sat back, her body gently sinking to the floor. Her heart pounded so hard she could hear it echoing in her ears. There was no room left for doubt. No more maybes. Blaze was that dog. The dog who once ran through a minefield, who once curled up beside a man burdened with a lifetime of memories, who had vanished in the chaos of smoke and fire. And somehow, impossibly, he had ended up here, in a shelter, in a city half a world away from where he was lost. Elena looked at him, and Blaze looked back. He didn't bark. He didn't move. But for the first time, his eyes truly met hers, and in that gaze, Something settled. Something closed the loop. A piece of memory long buried was now breathing in the present. The question was no longer, is it him? The question now was how to bring Caleb here and show him the one thing neither of them dared believe had survived. Elena didn't wait long. The next morning, she returned to Caleb's house, this time with her heart beating faster than before. Not because she feared rejection, but because she still hadn't figured out how to say the thing she had just witnessed. She knocked on the door. Caleb answered like he always did, eyes unguarded but not welcoming. "Is something wrong?" he asked, his voice low and steady, his gaze drifting past her shoulder as if searching for something that wasn't there. Elena stepped inside and waited for Caleb to settle into his usual chair. Then she sat across from him, resting her hand on the closed sketchbook in her lap. "I think I found Blaze." The words came out as softly as breath, but they shifted the air immediately. Caleb didn't move. She continued before he had the chance to put up his walls. "The dog I've been sketching at the rescue center. He has the same scar you described. His reaction to the towel you used, Caleb, it wasn't random." The silence between them stretched, tight and fragile. Finally, Caleb closed his eyes, then opened them. "No," he said quietly. "Blaze is dead." "You don't know that for sure." "I do." His voice rose, not angry, just hard. Final. "You don't want to see what you think you already lost," Elena said gently. "I understand, but if—" "No." This time he cut her off. "You don't understand." He stood, walking to the window, shoulders tight despite the slight tremble in them. "I left him behind. I lived. He didn't." Elena stayed quiet. She knew that right now, logic wouldn't work. He wasn't denying Blaze might be alive. He was denying the right to see him again. "I was airlifted out," he said, as if to the glass more than to her. "I was lying there hearing them say, 'We couldn't find any dog. If he made it, he ran.' And I believed it, because I had to keep breathing." He turned back toward her, and for the first time, his eyes, once hardened by war, showed their fractures. "If he's alive, it means I did nothing to save him. It means he survived everything, alone. I don't deserve to look him in the eye." Elena took a step forward. Not close, just enough for her voice to reach without breaking the space. "You don't need to be worthy to love a creature. You just need to be brave enough not to abandon it again." Caleb looked away. She knew she shouldn't say more. Not now. So she placed a drawing on the wooden table beside his untouched cup of tea. It was the first sketch she had ever made of Blaze. No color, just lines, just memory. Before leaving, she turned back and spoke softly, almost into the space he was still trying to protect. "He's still waiting." Then she walked out, leaving a man standing by the window, and a wound that had, for the first time in years, been opened wide enough to let the light in. Elena didn't return to Caleb's house for the next 3 days. She didn't call, didn't send a message, and didn't ask Dr. Miriam to intervene. She understood. Some wounds couldn't be pulled into the light with persuasion or hopeful evidence. Some people, like Caleb, needed more time to believe they were worthy of a second chance. But that didn't mean Elena stopped. She returned to her original rhythm, arriving early at the shelter, carrying her sketchbook, a folding chair, and her box of watercolors. She sat in front of Blaze's kennel just like before. Quietly. Drawing when the moment allowed, reading when her mind wandered, and sometimes simply watching him breathe. Blaze still waited. She could tell by the subtlest signs. The moment she stepped into the hallway, his head lifted. When she sat down, he shifted, inching closer to the front of the kennel. And when she rose to leave, he didn't lie back down right away. He stayed, as if to hold on just a little longer. One afternoon, as sunlight filtered through the small window and landed on Blaze's kennel floor, Elena pulled a different sketch from her coat pocket. This one was a portrait. Not complete. Just the outline of a face, a few soft strokes shaping the eyes. Blaze's eyes. Not frantic. Not hollow. But the gaze of a soul waiting for something it didn't yet know how to name. Elena studied the drawing, then whispered, more to herself than anyone else. He's not ready yet, but I am. Blaze tilted his head, a small, subtle motion, but unmistakably a response. Elena smiled, not because she expected anything, but because in that moment she felt less alone. That night she wrote a single sentence in her journal, a journal left untouched for months. Some people can't be saved with logic, only by quietly staying longer than they believe they deserve. A few staff members at the shelter began to take notice. She still comes? Nora asked one afternoon. Every day, Kendra replied. It's like she's not trying to fix him. She's just choosing not to leave. And in a world of rescue, where farewells came too often, where animals were marked as unrecoverable more times than anyone cared to admit, Elena's quiet decision, small as it seemed, was like a candle kept burning in a still but stubborn wind. Not to light an entire room, but just enough for one soul, learning to live again, to know that the dark wasn't forever. Elena knew that if she waited for Caleb to be ready, she might be waiting forever. Just like Blaze. If no one had the patience to come close, he might have stayed curled in the corner of his kennel for the rest of his life, never stepping beyond the darkness he had grown used to. So she stopped waiting. But she didn't push. She prepared. That morning, Elena sent Caleb a message, her tone as gentle as always. There's a drawing I want you to see, not mine, from someone who once stood beside you in the desert. Caleb didn't respond right away. Near midday, one line appeared. Send the address. When his car pulled up in front of the shelter, Elena was already waiting by the door. He stepped out slowly, not because of pain, but because his legs still hadn't learned what it meant to walk toward something he thought was lost. Elena didn't take him into the main kennel. Too loud, too many eyes. Instead, she had asked Kendra to prepare a room in the back, a quiet space used for first meetings between animals and potential adopters. They called it the bonding room. Just sit for a few minutes, she said, holding the door open. Caleb sat in the low wooden chair. The room was softly lit, quiet. On the small table sat a sketch, a half-finished portrait of Blaze, the eyes rendered in pencil, halfway between memory and presence. He stared at it in silence. Then the opposite door creaked open. Blaze entered, without a leash. No one called. No commands were given. Just presence. At first, Blaze didn't notice. The room was unfamiliar. The scents were new, but as his eyes scanned the space and landed on the man sitting motionless in the corner, his body paused. Ears perked. Nostrils flared. Then a sound broke the stillness. Caleb's voice, not his everyday voice, but the command voice, shaped long ago in the dust of another world. Attention. Blaze froze. That word wasn't just a sound. It was a trigger, a thread back to routines, to muscle memory, to who he had once been. His head turned toward Caleb. For a moment, the room held its breath. Then, softly, broken like something inside was finally breaking open, Caleb whispered. Blaze. No other words were needed. Blaze moved forward, not running, not leaping, but step by step, as if testing whether this was real, whether time had truly folded itself into this room. When he reached just beyond arm's length, he sat. He didn't bark, didn't lick. He just looked. Two sets of eyes, once brothers in duty, then separated by loss, met in a quiet so full it drowned out the years. Caleb reached out, slowly, as if afraid the dream might vanish. And when his fingers brushed the thick fur behind Blaze's right ear, right where the scar was, his breath caught in his throat. No one said anything. The light through the window stretched across the room, falling over the two figures, man and dog, who had finally, impossibly, found their way back to each other. Attention. Just one word, not a shout, not a command. But the voice that left Caleb's lips no longer belonged to a man sitting inside a rescue center in Colorado Springs. It was the voice of a commander, low, firm, infused with the gravity of days long gone, when signals didn't pass through thought, but through blood and reflex. Blaze froze in the center of the room. His eyes widened. He drew in a deep, sudden breath through his nose. His entire body tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit, not from fear, but from recognition. In that moment, no one breathed. Elena, standing quietly in the corner, seemed to dissolve from the scene. She knew this moment was no longer hers. She was only a witness, present for something far greater. A bond that couldn't be explained by logic, couldn't be recreated by technique, and didn't require anyone's permission. Caleb said again, low but steady, "Blaze, come!" And Blaze, the dog who once recoiled at footsteps, who had turned his back on the world, now stepped forward, not with excitement, not like a dog overcome with joy, but one step at a time. Head lowered slightly, ears tilted forward, eyes locked on the man sitting still at the far end of the room. 2 dots, 3 steps. He stopped just shy of Caleb's reach. His gaze held firm, not the look of an abandoned animal, but of an old friend checking to see if this was truly real. Caleb whispered, "It's me. I'm here." Blaze didn't need more. He took another step, then another, then lifted his front paws gently onto Caleb's knees and pressed his head into the man's chest, as if trying to reclaim everything taken from them since that explosion all those years ago. Caleb couldn't hold it in. He bent forward, resting his head on Blaze's shoulder, arms wrapping tightly around the aging, solid body as if it might disappear if he let go. And in that silence, something inside him, long frozen and heavy, finally melted. He didn't sob, but his shoulders trembled like a man laying down a burden he once believed he'd carry for life. Blaze didn't bark, didn't whimper. He only pressed in deeper, searching under the fabric of Caleb's shirt for that scent he once knew by heart, as if to say, "Yes, it's you. It's me. We are still us." Elena wiped her tears without a sound. She had witnessed reunions before, but never anything quite like this, so wordless, so sacred. A language spoken only between two souls torn by war, now recognizing each other not through reason, but through the ancient pulse of loyalty. No one in the room said anything more, because the most sacred things speak for themselves. After that first embrace, the room fell into a silence of a different kind, no longer heavy with caution, but soaked in something deeper. Blaze lay at Caleb's feet, his head resting across the man's lap, eyes half closed, as if he had finally returned to the anchor he'd lost for years. Elena stood quietly in the corner, her sketchbook clutched tight in her hands. She didn't dare step into the space she had spent weeks building, because now it no longer belonged to her alone. Caleb lowered his head, fingers brushing lightly along Blaze's neck, where the faint scar still lived beneath the newly grown fur. The feeling beneath his fingertips confirmed what his mind still struggled to accept. His heartbeat thudded loud in his chest, as though his body was trying to name something too big for words. A life rediscovered, a memory resurrected, a miracle happening in plain daylight. And then, without warning, Caleb pulled his hand back. He sat upright. His face changed, not in anger, but as if a curtain had quietly drawn itself over a window. Blaze lifted his head, nudging gently at Caleb's knee, but Caleb didn't respond. He stood, suddenly, decisively. "We need to go," he said softly, not looking at Elena. "Thank you for calling me." Elena stepped forward, her voice gentle. "Caleb." He didn't let her finish. "It's not that I don't believe," he said, voice rough. "I do. I believe now. But that doesn't make me more worthy." Elena tightened her grip on the sketchbook. She looked at him for a long moment. "You were here," she said. "You touched him. You said his name. Don't walk away again." Caleb closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath, as if searching for air in a smoke-filled room. "You don't understand, Elena. I was the one who was supposed to keep him safe. And I left. I left him in a war zone, even if I had no choice, even if they forced me onto that chopper. It still feels like I turned my back." He lowered his head, shoulders trembling slightly, as if he'd finally spoken aloud something he had buried deep since the day he came home alive. "I lived. And he should have died with me, not alone, not abandoned." Elena stepped closer. Her voice dropped, firm but quiet. "Then don't let it happen a second time." She knelt beside Blaze, gently placing her hand on his head. "He doesn't need you to be worthy, Caleb. He just needs you to be here." For a long while, Caleb said nothing. His eyes were dry, but something soft had fractured behind them. Then slowly, he sat again. Blaze lowered his head into his lap, as if nothing had happened. No interruption, no distance, no doubt. And this time Caleb didn't pull away. He didn't apologize. He didn't declare love. He just stayed, his hand resting gently on Blaze's back, allowing that old warmth to seep through skin and bone and into the places he had long thought frozen. Maybe to begin again, you don't need forgiveness. Sometimes, you just need the courage to stay. After the reunion with Blaze, Caleb didn't return to the rescue center right away. But 3 days later, he walked into the office of the trauma therapist assigned to him by Veterans Affairs, a place he had only visited twice in the past 6 months, always leaving before the session was over. This time he stayed for the entire appointment. And he spoke, not just to get through the hour. For the first time, he truly spoke. "Blaze is alive," Caleb began, eyes fixed on his hands, those same hands that still held the tension of old instincts, always half prepared to grip a weapon. "It's not just a dog that looks like him, not wishful thinking, it's him." The therapist quietly jotted a note, then closed the folder. "And how does that make you feel?" she asked. Caleb sat in silence for a long moment. Then he said, "Guilty." They returned to the battlefield through memory. Caleb didn't need prompting. He remembered everything, every detail, every explosion, the vibrations in the ground seconds before it tore open beneath him. They had been patrolling a remote area outside Mosul, flagged as a possible leftover minefield. Blaze was leading, nose low to the dirt, his coat powdered in sand, but his posture as steady as a compass needle. Caleb remembered the last command he gave. "Sweep left." Blaze turned immediately, disciplined, reactive, flawless. And then a click. Sharp, hollow. Then everything went white. When I woke up, I was at the base of a dirt wall, Caleb said. I heard voices. The chopper. They pulled me out. I couldn't see him. I yelled his name. No one answered. His hands curled into fists. They told me he ran. Or died. No one knew. I begged to go back and search. They refused. The therapist asked gently, "What did you feel when they said that?" I felt like I betrayed him, Caleb said, lifting his gaze. His eyes were like gravel. I lived. He didn't. And I couldn't carry that. "But can you see something else now?" she asked, tilting her head. "You survived. And so did he. Not in the same moment. Not in the same way. But now you have the chance to reconnect." Caleb didn't respond right away. He leaned back in the chair, eyes closing for a second. "I've been living like a man guilty of survival," he said. "I isolated myself, refused treatment, refused to believe I deserved anything good." He opened his eyes again, voice softer. "But when Blaze walked into that room and heard my voice, he didn't run, he didn't flinch. He came toward me like nothing had changed." There was a pause. Then Caleb added, as if understanding it for the first time, "Maybe I'm the one who needs to change." When the session ended, Caleb stood, slowly, but with intent. He thanked her, not politely, not by habit, but like someone who had received something more than advice. The therapist nodded gently. "What you brought back from the war," she said, "wasn't just wounds. It was a chance, one that never left, and now it's looking at you, with eyes that never stopped being loyal." Caleb didn't say anything else, but for the first time, in his eyes, there wasn't just memory. There was choice. Elena didn't wait for a reply. After hitting send, she stood there for a moment, the glow of the screen fading against her palm. Then she turned off the phone, tucked it into her coat, and returned to the quiet corridor where Blaze lay. He hadn't moved. But something in the air felt different now, tense, as if waiting for something to shift. Elena didn't expect miracles. She knew trauma wasn't linear. Healing wasn't always forward. But she also knew one truth that went deeper than therapy and protocol. Blaze had remembered. He had trusted. And now, that fragile thread, the one that had stretched between him and Caleb in the quiet of a reunion room, was fraying. Elena sat again, not to comfort Blaze, not to convince herself, but to be present, because sometimes the only antidote to absence is presence, and because if there was even the smallest chance that a single message could bring Caleb back to the space where a part of him still waited in a dog's heartbeat, then she had to try. Because Blaze didn't need explanations, he just needed someone who wouldn't disappear. Elena had written many things in her life. Personal journals, notes for her paintings, letters never sent after he died. Some words she wrote just to be able to breathe. Some pages she left blank because no sentence could ever be enough. But when she sat at the small desk by the window, pen in hand, she knew this would be the first time she ever wrote to someone who was still alive, but not yet ready to live with himself. The letter to Caleb wasn't long. But it wasn't short either. She began in a voice that read like the retelling of an old dream, not to justify anything, not to plead. "I think you deserve to know everything, from the beginning, in words, not through a glance, not from that moment in the room, but from the roots." Then she told it, through steady lines, quiet but full of longing, about the first time she saw Blaze. Not because he was special, not because he had anything left, but precisely because he had nothing left at all. "I used to live like that. I didn't look at anyone, didn't wait for anyone, didn't feel anything except my own heartbeat trying to disappear. I didn't come to save him, I just couldn't walk away. She described the smallest signs, the way Blaze shifted his weight, how he started to step again, how his gaze slowly cleared, as if he was waking up from somewhere deep inside himself. And then, I began to realize I wasn't saving him. He was the one keeping me here. Elena didn't dwell on that first embrace between Caleb and Blaze. She didn't bring up what happened afterward, either. She simply wrote, "I don't know if you're running away, or just not ready to believe you deserve this. But Blaze, he doesn't ask those questions. He doesn't need an apology. He doesn't need promises. He just needs the hand that once held the leash to return one more time." At the end of the letter, her writing grew firmer, not to convince, but to state something deeply true. "If you don't come back, I will still be here for Blaze, like I always have. But I know there is a part of him that will still wait, and a part of you that still knows that. I'm not writing this because I need you to do something. I'm writing it because I don't want another living soul to spend one more day feeling abandoned. And I think if anyone truly understands that, it's you." She didn't sign her name. She simply added one final line, written smaller, tilted to the bottom edge of the page. "He still waits by the door, every morning." 2 days later, the letter reached Caleb. Elena never got a reply. But the next morning, when she stepped into the rescue center, Nora called her over and handed her a small slip of paper from the front desk. Just 5 words, scribbled in blue ink. "I'll come. Tomorrow morning." That morning, the rescue center opened as usual. The faint scent of disinfectant drifted through the hallways. Light filtering in from the small window at the end of the kennel row still wasn't enough to warm the gray, chilled air. But something had changed. When Elena passed the reception desk, Nora looked up and nodded toward the back. "He's here." Elena followed the direction of her gaze. Just beyond the waiting area, where old wooden chairs were usually reserved for potential adopters, Caleb sat, head slightly bowed, hands clasped together, posture upright but not tense. He wore no uniform, no medical tags, just a man, with a gaze as deep as scorched earth. Elena didn't approach. She didn't need to. Caleb stood, gave a small nod in greeting, and followed Kendra, who was already prepared to unlock the door to the back corridor leading to the quiet kennel zone for dogs with special conditions. Blaze lay in his kennel, as usual, but when the hallway door opened, his head lifted earlier than on other days. He didn't jump up. He didn't bark. He watched. Caleb didn't move toward him right away. He simply walked slowly to the edge of the kennel and sat down on the wooden bench along the corridor. He didn't reach out. He didn't call. He just sat. And Blaze watched. No one disturbed the silence. Kendra quietly stepped out of the area. Elena stayed in the distance, hands clutching her sketchbook, but she didn't come closer. They had switched places. Now the one keeping watch from outside was no longer Elena. It was Caleb. He stayed there for over an hour. He didn't move much. Just now and then, he would extend his hand a little, then draw it back, as if his body was trying to remember a familiar position, the place where a leash once rested in his palm, and a single command could bring the whole world still. Blaze didn't come forward, but he didn't retreat to the corner either. He sat upright, head tilted slightly, ears alert, like a radar searching for a frequency it hadn't heard in years. Then, when Caleb pulled a scrap of fabric from his jacket pocket, the same cloth Elena had once used, and placed it on the floor outside the kennel, Blaze stepped forward. Not in a rush, not hesitant. He just walked, as if it were the 1,000th time he had done this, in a distant life they had once survived together. Caleb lowered his hand, palm open and facing up. No demand, no command. Blaze touched his nose to the hand. A brief touch. Then he sat down, right beside Caleb's hand, facing the same direction, as if to say, "I don't need to look at you to know you're here." Caleb didn't cry. He didn't speak. But in the long breath he released after hours of sitting in silence, something had finally been set down. Not grief, but defense. For the first time in years, he stopped guarding himself against his own memories. He didn't need forgiveness. He only needed permission to stay. None of the three ever named what it was. No one declared anything. There was no schedule, no contract, no labels. But ever since Caleb began sitting again beside Blaze, and Elena continued showing up across from them like a third heartbeat, something quiet had begun to form between them. No one led. No one played the central role. There were only three souls who had known what it meant to lose, and were now learning how to walk forward together. On the third day after Caleb returned, Elena stepped into the familiar hallway like always, only to find Blaze already standing. Not lying down, not curled in the corner of the kennel, standing and watching the man who walked in behind her. Caleb moved slowly, but surely. Every step carried the caution of someone who once learned what it was to lose. But it also held a quiet gravity, the kind that comes when someone chooses to trust one more time. Elena didn't step between them. She didn't need to. Blaze didn't choose one over the other. He turned his head from one to the other, then sat down. In between. Not because he didn't know who to choose, but because he knew. He didn't have to. From that day on, everything began to shift in ways no one could quite define. Blaze started eating when both of them were present in the room, a behavior that seemed simple, yet for a dog who used to reject food when anyone was nearby, it was a leap of faith. Caleb no longer just sat. He started speaking, not much, but enough. A few old commands, a few hand signals from his military training. Every time he raised his hand, Blaze would glance toward Elena, as if to ask, "Is this okay?" And Elena would nod. Then Blaze would move, and Elena. She started drawing again. Not the blurred sketches, dark and nameless, but clear shapes, Blaze lying between two shadows. A man seated in silence, a woman holding a book, no one touching, but their eyes meeting through the gaze of the dog. A triangle, not symmetrical, not perfectly balanced, but stable enough that no one fell out of place. One day, Kendra walked into the room and stopped at the sight. Blaze sat in the center, head resting on Caleb's knee, while Elena sat on the other side, reading aloud a poem in her steady, quiet voice. No one looked at each other, yet the air in that room, warm as a coal stove on the first snow of winter. "I've never seen a recovery model like this," Kendra said later to Marlene. "It's not the human saving the dog, not the dog saving the human. It's all three saving each other." Blaze, once the symbol of emotional frost, had become the bond that held them. Caleb, once the shell of a man who rejected connection, was now learning how to be patient with himself. And Elena, the woman who once believed she was only there to accompany, now began to believe that maybe she too was a part of what was needed. No attachment required, only truth. And the truth was, three broken pieces had found one another, not through words, but through the quiet choice to stay. Therapy was never a straight line. Some days moved forward, others slipped back. Some mornings felt lighter, like breathing came easier. And some afternoons felt like every bit of progress had collapsed under the weight of a sudden sound or an image that stirred old ghosts. But for the first time, Caleb wasn't walking alone. And Blaze, for the first time, was no longer just a patient. He was a companion. Each week, Caleb now had 3 scheduled therapy sessions at the Veterans Center, the same place he once refused to even set foot in. This time, he didn't come alone. Elena registered as an independent support participant, and Blaze was officially cleared to join under the Veteran Companion K9 program, a pilot initiative allowing retired working dogs to be retrained as therapeutic partners for veterans coping with psychological trauma. On the first day they stepped into the main lobby, people turned to look. Not because of Caleb, but because of Blaze. Steady, poised, walking on his left side, exactly the way service dogs were trained. No leash, no commands, just quiet synchrony. Elena followed behind, notebook in hand, but her eyes stayed on the 2 figures in front of her, a man who had once been broken and a dog who had once been lost, now walking side by side into the soft white light of the hallway without hesitation. Inside the therapy room, Caleb still didn't speak much, but when the therapist asked, "How are you feeling today?" Blaze exhaled audibly and rested his head on Caleb's knee. Caleb smiled, the first smile any of the staff had ever seen on him. "Like this," he said, gently stroking the dog's head. And for Elena, she was never pushed to the sidelines. In fact, she became the living bridge between 2 beings who had once lost connection with the human parts of themselves. She began designing sketch sessions based on memory, moments where Caleb would describe scattered fragments from the war, and she would translate them into images. Blaze lay nearby, sometimes with eyes closed, but always with ears turned toward them, as if he too was remembering. "I don't think I'm drawing you," Elena said one morning as she shaded in the final lines of a pencil sketch. "I think I'm just trying to listen to the things you never got to say." Caleb didn't answer, but his eyes did. And Blaze too began to expand. No longer curling away from strangers, no longer retreating at the sudden bang of a door. He was still alert. That instinct of a seasoned warrior doesn't fade easily. But now, he could tell the difference between danger and presence. Kendra, who once classified Blaze under the frozen response category, said in a staff meeting, "I don't know what to call this model, but if someone ever asked me what recovery looks like, this is the picture I'd show them." 3 beings, one who didn't speak, one who didn't bark, one who had stopped believing in connection, now navigating the winding path of healing together. No one saved anyone, but no one was left behind. And sometimes that alone is enough to carry you forward. Recovery never arrives with fanfare. It doesn't come with applause or some dramatic movie moment where the main character collapses, then suddenly awakens with clarity. It comes in small, almost invisible ways. Like the morning Caleb woke up early, not because of nightmares, but because he simply wanted to make a fresh pot of coffee by himself. Like the first time he left his front door slightly open, not because he forgot, but because he no longer felt the need to guard himself so tightly from the world outside. And like the way he started walking Blaze around the neighborhood, not to outrun his past, but to quietly begin building new memories. His physical strength had clearly improved. There was a time when walking a few 100 meters left him winded. Now, with Blaze walking slowly on his left, he made it past 3 blocks, turned into the park, and paused by the wooden bench he used to avoid out of fear of crowds. The hand that used to flinch slightly at loud noises had grown steadier, quieter. Blaze didn't do much on those walks. He simply stayed beside him, eyes gently sweeping the surroundings, occasionally tilting his head if Caleb stopped too long. His silence felt like a cushion between Caleb and the world. Not a barrier, but a soft layer that made everything a little more bearable. His mental clarity was also returning. He began to write, not memoirs, not letters, but small notes to himself. Short lines scribbled in a journal. "Didn't shake when I opened the coffee jar today. Blaze slept through the night. No pacing. Elena laughed when she saw me standing in the rain. Elena pretended not to notice the journal. But she knew, and she remembered every word. Because those weren't just signs of recovery. They were proof that Caleb was beginning to allow himself to live again and finding worth in the simple, human movements of his days. Trust, she knew, always comes last. And it arrived on a morning so calm, it might have gone unnoticed. Caleb walked into the center, not alone, but not with Blaze either. He came holding a small box of pastries and a takeaway cup. "For Elena," he said, placing them on the table. Elena blinked in surprise. "That's the first time I've seen you bring coffee for someone else." "It's the first time I've wanted to," Caleb replied, eyes never leaving the lid. They said nothing more, but it was enough for Elena to realize something had cracked in the final layer he'd kept wrapped around himself, the hardest one made from years of sitting in silence with guilt. That afternoon, Blaze lay by the window in Caleb's home, where he could watch the sunlight shift across the sky and hear the even rhythm of footsteps in the backyard. The sound of his former handler, now his companion, sweeping the patio. No commands, no signals, just everyday sounds. And for Caleb, for the first time in 3 years, the sound of his own footsteps no longer echoed like a hollow rhythm through an empty house. It sounded instead like the quiet beat of a song returning, keeping pace with a man, coming back to life. Blaze had never been the kind of dog to leap into a stranger's lap, lick faces, or wag his tail with wild joy. Even in his prime, when he served as a working K9, he kept his distance, alert, in control, and bonded solely to one person, his handler. But now, as Caleb slowly stepped back into the rhythm of ordinary life, Blaze was changing too. Not quickly, not loudly, but undeniably. It started during their quiet morning walks around the neighborhood. An elderly woman who lived in the last unit down the row would often sit on her front step, broom in one hand, a small bag of bird feed in the other. At first, Blaze would glance at her from the corner of his eye, ears angled back out of cautious instinct. But she was there every morning. She didn't approach, she didn't call, she simply smiled. One morning, as Caleb passed by, she spoke gently. "Good morning, soldier. That's a beautiful dog." Blaze paused. His nose lifted slightly. Caleb nodded in reply. "His name is Blaze." The woman extended her hand, not to touch, just to offer it forward. Blaze didn't step closer, but he didn't step back either. He stood there, watching, ears flicking. Next time, he moved a little nearer. By the 3rd week, he let her rest her hand lightly on his head. Not affection, but permission. A quiet handshake between 2 lives that had long been wary of contact. At the rescue center, staff began to notice the changes too. Blaze no longer flinched at the sound of a door opening. He raised his head, stayed seated, alert but not shrinking. His body no longer recoiled as if expecting harm. Nora, who couldn't come near him during his early weeks, could now place a light hand at the base of his neck whenever Caleb was talking with Elena. "Honestly," she joked one afternoon, her eyes soft, "it doesn't feel like I'm petting a dog. It feels like I'm checking someone's pulse." But perhaps the clearest sign of change came when Blaze started watching people instead of avoiding them. During a group therapy session at the Veterans Center, Caleb and Blaze were invited to attend as part of a pilot demonstration. Most of the men there were still unfamiliar with the idea of animal-assisted therapy. No one expected Blaze to interact. But he didn't retreat to the corner. He stayed by Caleb's side, upright, alert but calm, sweeping the room with his gaze. He didn't shrink. He didn't growl. He didn't leave. And when a younger veteran broke down mid-sentence, his voice cracking under the weight of recalling the moment he lost his unit. Blaze moved. He stepped quietly toward the young man, stopped by his knee, and sat. No cue, no command. Somewhere deep inside, where instincts once trained to detect threat had evolved into something gentler, Blaze had learned a new kind of sensing, the kind that recognizes pain and chooses to stay near it. Blaze was no longer the untouchable dog. He had become a bridge, not one that pulled people from the edge or forced anyone into healing, but one that simply stood there, long enough, still enough, steady enough, for others to find their own way back through the darkness, just like Elena once did for him, just like he once did for Caleb. And now he continued onward. A quiet mission, a role that required no words, only presence, and the deep kind of listening that doesn't need ears, just the heart. Elena once believed she would never draw again, not because she had lost her hands, or her brushes, or even her emotions, but because every line, every stroke of color had become a burden when she no longer knew why she was drawing at all. For nearly a year after the accident, her sketchbooks remained shut like an unfinished journal. The hurried drawings she did manage were nothing more than the shapes of haunting. And color, she could hardly touch it, until Blaze came into her life, not through some grand act of heroism, but through a look, hollow, silent, and eerily like the one she had seen in her own reflection the day she learned he wasn't coming back. She didn't draw Blaze right away. In fact, for the first few weeks sitting by his kennel, she never once put his image to paper. Every sketch then was symbolic. Shadows, absence, partial forms caught between fading and reappearing. But now, with Caleb returned, with Blaze no longer curled deep in the corner of a cage, but instead sitting tall between them every day, with all three no longer existing as separate entities, but as a single living current, breathing, moving, pausing together, Elena knew. It was time. She prepared the space like a quiet ritual. The room was soft with natural light, the easel set near the window, a raw wooden frame untouched by stain. The thick canvas had sat unopened since she bought it from a tiny shop in Santa Fe. No music, no introductions, just her, the brushes, and memory. Not the kind forged in war, but the kind that survived it. The kind that lay curled in the corner, still breathing, still waiting to be seen. She didn't paint Blaze as a dog. She painted his gaze. She painted the waiting. She painted the one thing that had endured through all of it. The thing no one can steal if we dare to keep it. Faith. The painting took 13 days to finish. No touch-ups, no varnish. She signed it with a small line in the bottom corner. The remaining dream. Caleb saw the painting one late afternoon. He didn't speak for almost 5 minutes. He just stood there. In the painting, Blaze doesn't look at the viewer. He lies sideways, eyes turned toward a faint point at the edge of the canvas, somewhere not quite the present, not quite the past. On either side of him are two shadowed figures, one man, sitting, a hand resting gently along Blaze's back. One woman holding a sketchbook, eyes lowered, lips pressed together, like someone holding her breath at the edge of a quiet revelation. Caleb finally said, almost inaudibly, "You didn't draw with your hands." Elena nodded. "I drew with the part of us that survived." The painting was later displayed in a small exhibit on healing. It hung among other works that explored recovery and resilience. But none of them cared much what the world saw in it. Because to them, that painting wasn't made to be admired. It was made to remember that no matter how much we lose, what remains can still be a dream, as long as we dare to keep it alive. The first message came early in the morning, a curt line from an internal account. Prepare end-of-quarter financial report. Possible budget cut next fiscal year. Marlene, the director of the rescue center, read the message again and again, then removed her glasses and placed them gently on the desk. Outside her office window, the morning sun was rising over the therapy yard. Blaze was resting in the shade, his head on Caleb's leg, while Elena sat nearby with a book in hand. From a distance, they looked like a living painting of peace. Marlene exhaled deeply. She didn't want to break that moment. But sometimes, the truth doesn't wait for readiness. The internal meeting was held that afternoon. The room was heavy with silence, as if everyone could already feel the cracks forming in the walls they once believed to be safe. We're looking at nearly a 40% cut in our operational funding, Marlene announced, keeping her tone measured. The official reason is inefficiency relative to operating cost, and there's pressure from the city council to repurpose the land for commercial development. Elena frowned. You mean they want to turn this place into a shopping center? Marlene nodded. Caleb clenched his fists. Blaze, sensing the tension, lifted his head and turned toward him. That's impossible, Elena shook her head. All the recovery cases, the stories, we're saving real lives here, not just animals, but people. No one on the council wants to hear that, Marlene replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. They only see the numbers, medication, staff wages, utilities, retraining costs. They don't count the eyes of a creature learning to trust again, or the moment a veteran smiles for the first time after 3 years of silence. The room fell quiet. Then Caleb spoke, slow, steady, and resolute. We can't let this place disappear, not when it's the only place I've ever known, to become human again. That evening, Elena sat alone in her small home studio. On the wall, the remaining dream hung at the center, surrounded by sketches of the many dogs she'd met at the center. She stared at the painting, her gaze settling on Blaze's eyes, half awake, half dreaming. As if even he was asking, what will we do to protect this? Then she began to write. Not a letter, but a plan. Not to persuade, but to act. The next morning, Elena arrived at the center with Caleb and Blaze by her side. In her hand was a thin folder, but inside it was a vision that had been simmering long enough. A community campaign. One that combined art, therapy, and the training of recovery dogs for veterans. Not a plea for sympathy, but proof that this place deserved to exist. Elena had never imagined herself speaking in front of a crowd. She was the kind of person who stood behind the canvas, recorded her voice instead of appearing on camera, chose soft light and small rooms, places where words could be replaced by a nod or a quiet glance. But that morning, she stood at the center of the Colorado Springs Community Hall, holding a thin folder titled, with only one phrase, Restoring Trust. No microphone, no PowerPoint. Just her, Blaze lying quietly by her feet, and Caleb, seated silently by the window, his gaze no longer avoiding the room. We're not here to ask for money, Elena began, her voice steady, calm. We're here to tell a story the numbers have forgotten. She placed a replica of the remaining dream painting on the table. This is Blaze. 3 months ago, he wouldn't let anyone touch him. He wouldn't eat if someone was in the room. He wouldn't look anyone in the eye. He was once a military working dog, but when the war ended, no one brought him home. The room slowly quieted. She pointed to Caleb. And this is Caleb Monroe, a former Special Forces operative. He was trained to survive in the heart of death. But when he came back, no one taught him how to keep living. Caleb looked up, meeting the eyes in front of him. He said nothing, but his presence alone was enough. Elena has proposed something new, Marlene continued after her. a program that doesn't yet exist anywhere in Colorado, combining therapy for veterans, retraining of abandoned dogs, and artistic expression as a means of emotional healing. The name of the initiative, Restoring Trust. The goal wasn't just to save the center, it was to build a community project that could grow beyond its fences, a place where each person, each forgotten creature, could begin again, simply by walking alongside another. The campaign took off faster than Elena ever expected. Blaze became the symbol, not because he was adorable, but because the look in his eyes in that painting said what no slogan could. I was once forgotten, but I am still here. Caleb, the man who once rejected every crowd, now stood next to Elena at the first meeting with local sponsors. He didn't read from a script. He just shared a memory. The first night he didn't dream of the explosion was the night Blaze lay his head on his chest and fell asleep first. He believed in me before I could believe in myself, Caleb said softly. So now, I'm here to help others find a reason to come back. Elena didn't cry at that moment, but her fingers gently curled beside her brush, because for the first time in a long while, she felt something within her settle strong and steady. She was no longer just the quiet artist, no longer just the woman who survived loss. She was now part of something bigger, a trust, rekindled. And now, being passed on. Elena had never imagined herself standing there, at the center of a community coordination board meeting under stark fluorescent lights, facing the gazes of city officials, grant representatives, and local media. Each person sat behind a folder, expecting a clean-cut presentation with neat figures and clear financial projections. But what she brought that day wasn't a PowerPoint. It was a story. And a dog. Blaze lay still at her feet, not barking, not moving, his eyes as quiet as a river, but so deep no one could look away. Beside Elena sat Caleb, his shirt freshly pressed, but his voice still bore the rough edge of a man who had spent years in places no one had taught him how to return from. Elena took a deep breath. Then she spoke, not as an artist, but as a survivor. We're not here to plead for the survival of a rescue center. We're here to protect a place where life once returned, in silence. She spoke of Blaze's early days, the shadowed kennel, the hollow eyes, the frozen responses. She recalled the quiet mornings reading books aloud, sketching without aim, just existing beside a creature that no longer believed anyone would stay. She didn't sugarcoat anything. She didn't call it a miracle. She simply said, it was patience, presence, and fragile lines on paper that saved them both, her and Blaze. But if that's all it was, she paused, then this would still just be a personal story. What changed everything was when Caleb walked in. Every eye turned to the man beside her. Caleb didn't rise. He placed his hand gently on Blaze's back and looked up. I used to be a special forces operative, he began. I know what surviving looks like. But no one taught me how to keep living, after everything worth living for was left behind in an explosion. He paused. His voice dropped lower. Blaze isn't just a dog. He's the only one who didn't look at me like I was broken. And Elena. She was the first to believe that even cracks can be where the light gets in. Elena presented the plan, a community campaign called Restoring Trust, combining therapy for veterans, reconnection through art, and rehabilitative canine training. A new model where no one is treated as the weak or the wounded, but as companions in healing. We're not selling pity, she concluded. We're rebuilding the image of hope, the only thing that remains when everything else is lost. The meeting ended without applause, but the looks in the room had changed. Blaze stood, walked toward the city representative's table, not barking, just watching. A gaze once shaped by war, now paused right in the center of a room deciding the fate of the entire shelter. No one said another word. Only one line was scribbled quickly across the meeting minutes. Consider campaign Restoring Trust viable, worth trying. The Restoring Trust campaign didn't begin with a launch drumroll or banners stretched across the streets. It began with a simple act. An old soldier, retired for nearly 2 decades, sat down on the floor of the therapy room and placed his hand on the head of a dog recently rescued from an abandoned shelter. The dog didn't run. The man didn't ask. There was only the sound of breathing, slow and steady from both sides, like a forgotten melody being played again after years of silence. News of the first pilot model spread quickly. Local newspapers called it an unprecedented convergence of art, rehabilitation, and recovery. But those within, Caleb, Elena, Marlene, and Kendra, knew it wasn't a model. It was a second chance at living. The rescue center, once nearly closed due to funding cuts, became a place that welcomed veterans from across the state. Not for structured therapy, but to begin again by simply giving their presence. Each veteran was paired with a dog once abandoned, each carrying wounds of the body and of the soul. They weren't asked to train them or to help. They were only asked to be there, to stay, to learn to trust again. Caleb was invited to lead the first group. He declined the title. "Call me a teammate," he said. "I'm not leading anyone anywhere. I'm just walking with them." Blaze was always by his side. No longer the dog who could only bond with one human, he had become an extended arm, leading veterans who still couldn't bring themselves to step out of the vehicle that brought them there. Once, a man sat in his car for over 3 hours, refusing to get out. Not because of physical pain, but because he no longer believed he fit into the world outside. Blaze was brought to him. No commands, no coaxing. He simply stood by the door. 10 minutes later, the man opened it. He didn't look at anyone. He just said one sentence. "That dog sees me." And then he stepped out. Elena began hosting open sketch sessions, not classes, but safe spaces to express emotion through image. Veterans who once held rifles now held brushes. Their hands still trembled, their hearts still uncertain about color. But sketches began to take form. Clumsy, faint, but so achingly real. One man drew the eyes of the dog he'd been paired with. Not its fur, not its form, just the gaze. Another painted his own hand beside a paw print, both of them blurred into shades of gray-blue watercolor. Elena made no corrections, no critiques. She simply stood behind them, breathing in rhythm with those who were, for the first time, speaking something they had never managed to say aloud. Restoring Trust didn't change the world in a week or a month, but wherever it passed, something softened, like a wound being allowed to breathe under sunlight. And the place where it all began, with a dog who once wouldn't lift his head, a soldier who had given up on saving himself, and an artist who had stopped drawing, became a home for those who thought they had no way back. Trust, when nurtured long enough, patiently enough, eventually begins to bloom. No one expected the response to come so quickly. Just 2 weeks after the documentary about Blaze was posted on social media, the rescue center's inbox was flooded. Not just with emotional messages, but with offers, invitations, short lines behind which entire aching lives were reaching out, wanting to reconnect. "I'm a veteran. I've never believed in therapy, but after seeing Blaze, I think I want to try. My daughter was in an accident. She no longer trusts people, but she loves dogs. Could she join one of the art sessions? I have no family left, but I once had a dog like him. If Blaze can learn to trust again, maybe I can too." In the days that followed, the center was no longer the quiet place of old cages. It became a meeting ground for those who once believed they had been cut off from life, for hands that used to shake only from memory, now reaching out to feel the warmth of thick fur as if touching something real again. A group of young veterans, just finishing physical rehab, volunteered to come every weekend to help care for the dogs. They didn't say much, but after each shift, they sat quietly for hours beside dogs who once trembled at the sound of footsteps. A single father brought his young daughter. She was no older than 7, wore oversized glasses, and clutched a sketchbook to her chest. When she met Blaze, she didn't say a word, just sat down on the floor and drew him in 2B pencil. The next day she came back with a handmade biscuit. "For the brown dog in the picture," she whispered. Then another surprise came from a place no one expected. A reclusive, world-renowned painter living deep in the Colorado mountains who had turned down every invitation to participate in community projects personally emailed Elena. "I lost my husband to war, and I lost myself for many years. But when I saw your portrait of Blaze, I saw something I had no name for. The feeling that someone still remains. I want to paint with you, and I want to donate." She didn't just send money. She sent a full brush set, each handle inscribed in faint gold letters. "You don't have to save the world. Just keep one light from going out." Elena read those words on a quiet weekend afternoon, with Blaze resting his head on Caleb's leg, and her own hand sketching the curve of both their backs, not to create a masterpiece, but simply to hold on to the moment. "I think," she said softly, "we've lit something we never saw coming." Caleb didn't respond right away. He ran his hand gently over Blaze's ear, a motion now second nature, like someone saying, "I'm here," without needing to speak. Finally, he said, "Not because we're special, but because we stayed long enough for others to feel safe coming closer." And truly, that had always been Blaze's greatest gift, not to instruct, not to rescue, just to stay still, until someone was brave enough to reach back. No one knew exactly when the name Reignite Trust stopped being just a campaign. It became a mark on the map, a sliver of light in the southwest corner of Colorado, starting from a rescue center that had once teetered on the edge of closure, now the birthplace of a new model, a fusion of post-traumatic therapy, restorative art, and companion dog training. Exactly 1 year after Elena walked into that meeting room with nothing but a file folder and a dog named Blaze, the rescue center had become the most highly funded facility under the Colorado State Veterans Affairs program. The infrastructure was upgraded. The old kennel rows were replaced with semi-open systems, spaces where dogs were no longer caged all day, but brought outside regularly by veterans who themselves had emerged from some of the darkest dreams. The therapy room had expanded. A modest art studio stood off the side of the training field. Simple, just wooden tables, natural light, and the scent of fresh paint each morning. But what happened there wasn't just art. It was storytelling, through hands, through eyes, through the quiet presence of people sitting side by side. And at the center of it all was Blaze. No longer the unapproachable dog or a special psychological case. Blaze was now the face of the official program literature, the co-host of introductory sessions for incoming veteran participants, and an honorary member of the Regional Collaborative Board. He didn't speak, but his eyes told people everything they needed to believe. If someone has once been lost, they can still be found. Each morning, Blaze still lay by the front steps of the center, where the sun first touched the ground. Caleb, now the official program coordinator, often sat beside him, reviewing treatment schedules, planning outreach meetings, and jotting down a single new line in his notebook for the day. Elena was busier than ever, overseeing the arts initiative and serving as emotional advisor to new groups launching in 3 other cities. But every evening, she returned to the backyard, placing her wooden chair beside the gray wall, where the painting The Remaining Dream now hung in large format as the backdrop for the outdoor gathering space. No one called it a campaign anymore, They called it a community. From Fort Collins to Durango, over 9 satellite centers had been modeled on its blueprint. Total number of abandoned dogs retrained to become veteran companions, 147. Number of veterans who had reintegrated into society, found work, or simply rediscovered a reason to wake up each morning, nearly 300. But numbers had never been what mattered most to Elena or Caleb. To them, the most important thing was this. Every morning, Blaze still walked to the doorway, pausing to look out toward the line of trees, waiting, as if someone he loved might be arriving soon. Because when a creature that was once completely frozen learns to wait again, it means this world is still worth believing in. Blaze is now 8 years old. For a German shepherd who once endured the harshest training, the chaos of war, disorientation, and then the long road to healing, 8 years feels like twice the lifetime of any ordinary creature. He's no longer quick on his feet. He doesn't react sharply to sudden noises. His steps are slower now, and his breaths each evening stretch a little longer. But no one notices. Because Blaze doesn't need to run anymore. He only needs to be there. On the main wall of what is now renamed the Silver Ridge Community Recovery Center, a bronze plaque hangs near the entrance. Blaze, honorary veteran, the first to return. So others could find their way back. The title wasn't something Blaze asked for. No one asked his permission. But everyone agreed. Not because he was once a war dog, but because he had fought, in his own way. At the start of every new therapy session, Caleb is often the one to speak first. He doesn't talk much, just shares 3 things. The scar, the first look from the back corner of a kennel, and the moment Blaze didn't walk toward him, but sat down beside him. Blaze didn't come to pull me out, Caleb says. He came to sit with me at the bottom, and sometimes that's worth more than any therapy. Blaze no longer joins active training. But whenever a new person enters the center, especially those who stay silent, avoid eye contact, or tuck themselves into a far corner, Blaze always knows. No one taught him that. There's no signal, no verbal cue, but somehow Blaze senses it. He'll walk over, not too close, never startling, just close enough. 1 arm's length away. He doesn't stare. He doesn't ask for attention. He's just there. One man who had locked himself in a dark apartment for 2 years after leaving the service, and is now a core member of the canine training team, once shared. Blaze sat there the whole session. I didn't touch him, but he didn't leave. And for the first time, I believed I hadn't been left behind. Elena often sits at the back of the room, watching these moments, her eyes misty, but her heart settled. She knows Blaze doesn't have many years left, but each day he continues to show up like this is a gift. He doesn't perform duties anymore, a young therapist once said, but the moment Blaze enters the room, the group's energy shifts. Voices lower, people breathe slower. No one dares to raise their voice when a soul who has survived this much is quietly choosing to trust them. Blaze, he doesn't speak. He doesn't bow his head in thanks. He doesn't stand on stages to receive medals. He only needs someone to walk into the center, eyes trembling, hands not yet ready to open, and see an old dog lying there, ears slightly drooped, head tilted, eyes half open like he's halfway between sleep and something deeper. And realize, if a creature once abandoned like that can still be welcomed here, then maybe, just maybe, they can too. 1 year ago, Elena was still sitting in the corner of the therapy room, her pencil rolling from her hand as her fingers trembled, triggered by the memory of ambulance sirens. Caleb hadn't spoken a word, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, as if saying anything would unleash a flood of memories too heavy to contain. Now, as they stood together on the small platform at the far end of the center's courtyard, where a special recognition ceremony was taking place, neither of them was someone in need of support anymore. They were the ones keeping this place alive. Elena didn't bring a speech. She never read from paper. But in her heart, everything had been clear for a long time. "The first day I came here," she began, her voice soft but carrying through the quiet that settled over the 100 or so seated below. Veterans, staff, volunteers, and those whose lives had been pieced back together by the campaign she and Caleb had built. "I thought I was just asking for a corner to draw in, not to create art, just to not feel like I was dissolving." Her words were light, but the silence beneath them was deep. "I didn't come here to save Blaze," she continued. "I just couldn't bear to walk away, and from that moment I began to understand sometimes staying is the bravest thing a person can do for someone else, or for themselves." Caleb stepped up after her. He was never one for public speaking. But this time, he didn't decline. "I used to think I was a man who'd finished the living part of his life," he said, his eyes moving gently across the crowd. But then Blaze lifted his head, not to accuse, not to ask, and I thought, if he still believed, maybe I could try to believe again. He paused, breathed. "Elena and I, we're not a miracle. We're just proof that surviving isn't the end of a sentence. Sometimes it's a comma, the start of a new chapter where you're no longer walking alone." From the front row, Blaze lay still, his head resting on the leg of a young veteran, someone who had arrived at the center less than a week ago, still too unsure to attend his first therapy session. But when he saw that old dog quietly choose him in the middle of the crowd, he cried. No one noticed at first, except for Elena, watching from the stage, who saw it from a distance, and smiled. After the ceremony, many came to shake Elena and Caleb's hands. Some asked, "How did you make it from there to here?" Elena only answered, "We didn't move fast. We just didn't stop." Caleb said nothing. He simply turned and watched as Blaze stepped down from the seating area, walking slowly toward a young boy sitting alone beneath a tree, clutching a worn hoodie. The boy looked up, eyes red. Blaze stopped, sat down, then gently laid his head on the boy's knee. Elena watched, and in the stillness of her chest, she knew. She and Caleb were no longer the ones who needed to be held. They were the ones holding the flame, and Blaze, he was the light. The exhibition opened on an early autumn day when golden light slanted through the tall glass windows of the city's community gallery. There was no loud promotion, no grand soundtrack, no ribbon to cut. Only 3 words, handwritten in simple strokes, taped gently to the front door. Light from within. A conversation in images about fracture, recovery, and the faith that remains. The room wasn't large, but every step taken inside seemed to soften, slow down on its own. On the walls hung the works of veterans and artists who had once been part of the Reignite Trust program. Rough patches of color, trembling pencil sketches, fractured lines that neither hid nor apologized. They revealed wounds, but were also the thread that stitched them. Each piece came with a small label, name, year, and a single sentence capturing the feeling in the moment it was created. Only one painting stood without any label, except for the name of the exhibition itself. It was placed in the center of the room, framed in dark wood, illuminated by its own dedicated light at perfect eye level. It was a portrait of Blaze. Not a photo, not a detailed, realistic image, but a fusion of realism and symbol, painted by Elena after nearly 6 months of observing him from the closest distance. In the painting, Blaze did not look straight ahead. His head tilted slightly, ears perked halfway, as if listening. One eye was sharply defined, glowing in its familiar amber hue. The other side faded into white light, undefined, suggesting that what he was facing was not fixed, but open, as if what lay ahead was meant for the viewer to walk into. There was nothing loud in that painting. Only a strange feeling. You are seen, and you are not alone. The first person to stand before the painting was a young mother, her daughter's hand in hers. The girl stared into Blaze's painted eye and whispered, "Mommy, I think he's waiting." The next was an old veteran, cane in hand, sinewed fingers curled. He stood for a long time, then silently removed his cap and bowed his head. He didn't speak, just looked. Caleb arrived late, as usual. He didn't greet anyone. He didn't need to be led. He walked straight to the center of the room, where Blaze, through strokes of color and light, was present without needing to move. He stood beside Elena. Didn't ask a question. "I didn't paint a background," Elena said softly, "because I wanted everyone to place themselves there. Each person will see the light they're missing." Caleb didn't respond. Blaze, now lying in real life, not in paint, in the corner of the room, lifted his head to look at them. He didn't bark, didn't get up. But his gaze matched the light in the painting, as if both were quietly watching those who came after. The exhibition did not end in applause. It ended with just enough silence. Just enough to hear someone's breath ease for the first time in a long while. Just enough for a child to approach the resting dog, place a small hand on his head, and whisper, "I know you can't speak, but I understand now." The afternoon settled slowly. Golden light stretched like a thin blanket across the courtyard of Silver Ridge Center. The air carried the scent of dry grass, punctuated by sparse footsteps and the soft calls of end-of-season birds in the treetops. At the heart of the courtyard, no leash, no nameplate, no handler, Blaze lay still. A familiar posture. Front legs extended, chin resting on paws, eyes half-lidded. Anyone who had worked at the center long enough knew. Blaze never truly slept in that pose. He was simply waiting. Waiting for someone soon to arrive. Or a soul still lingering at the edge of the world. That afternoon, a new boy came. 10 years old, diagnosed with PTSD after witnessing the accident that took his mother. He didn't respond to words, didn't look anyone in the eye, wouldn't sit still in any room. He was brought to the center as a final attempt. No pressure, no expectations, just to give him a place that doesn't ask too much. Elena saw him from across the path. One hand gripped his shirt hem. His steps veered off the stone walkway, never quite in line. Caleb said nothing. Just gave her a small nod. The signal was clear. Blaze remained still in the center of the yard. He didn't turn his head, didn't do anything to attract attention. The boy slowed as he neared. No one pushed. No one explained. A volunteer moved as if to speak, but Caleb raised a hand. "No. Let it be." The boy stood less than 3 meters away. Blaze didn't move. Then, as if something unspoken but deeply real had passed between them, the boy took another step, then another, then dropped into a crouch beside the old dog who still hadn't stirred. No crying, no questions, no expectations. Just a small hand, slowly reaching out to rest on Blaze's back. Right on the dark fur, where old scars once made others flinch. Blaze didn't react, didn't growl, didn't lick. He simply turned his head slightly, just enough so that one amber eye could meet the gaze waiting there. And in that gaze, there was nothing grand. Just presence. True. Quiet. Alive. From the porch seating under the awning, Elena watched, hands tightening around an unopened sketchbook. Caleb sat beside her, a cup of coffee gone cold in his grip, but his eyes clearer than any afternoon before. "You don't need to do anything," he said quietly. Elena nodded. "Just be there." The sun brushed the tree line. The boy didn't move, Neither did Blaze. Only that small hand remained, resting lightly on the dog's back, as if two souls long adrift had just found one another in a moment no one orchestrated. No more words were needed, no stories needed to be retold. Because right there on the grass, on an otherwise ordinary day, a quiet kind of miracle unfolded. Not through action, not through speech, but through the simple choice to stay. Blaze didn't need to bark, didn't need to run, didn't need recognition. He only needed to lie still in a world that had once turned its back on him and welcome someone else with the very thing he'd once been given. A place to begin believing again. Blaze's story is not just a tale of a forgotten dog's recovery. It is a living testament to the quiet power of presence, of patience, and of unconditional love. From the dark corner of an abandoned shelter to the heart of a community courtyard, where he now lies beside those learning to trust again, Blaze has become a gentle light. Not loud, not dramatic, but warm enough to draw others back toward life. The German Shepherd, a breed known for loyalty, intelligence, and a fierce protective instinct, is often celebrated through acts of heroism. But through Blaze, we witness a different side. The side where they don't need to be heroes. They just need to live, to be loved, and to be fully themselves in the arms of someone who sees them. And if there is one truth to carry forward from all of this, it is this. Animals don't just need to be rescued. They need to be understood. They don't ask for perfection, only that we be gentle enough not to give up on them. Blaze didn't come to change the world. He simply stayed. Long enough. Real enough. And sometimes that alone is the greatest miracle of all. The October wind swept across the open field on the southern edge of Hollow Ridge, carrying rust-red maple leaves in swirling patterns through strings of orange flags fluttering on wire lines. This year's fall fair was more crowded than usual, partly because of the clear weather, partly because of the rumor spreading like wildfire. At the fair's center, normally the livestock showcase arena, a temporary auction zone had been set up with metal scaffolding and wooden fences. Folding chairs were lined up in long rows around a patch of bare earth where a heavy steel cage sat in the far right corner, old, rusted, and tight like a drawn bowstring. Inside that cage, a massive German shepherd with dark fur and a faint scar across his chest let out a low growl, his eyes blazing as though everything outside the bars was a threat. Even through the steel, the danger radiating from his stance was unmistakable, like a string stretched to the point of snapping. A war dog. No one needed to say it. Everyone knew. A voice rang out, not from a cheap megaphone, but from a professional PA system mounted in the middle of the stands. The sound was clear, slicing through the wind, falling over the silent crowd like a knife. A lifetime sponsorship. To anyone here who can make this dog, Valor, sit quietly beside them. Just 5 minutes. Malcolm Wexler stepped into the arena, his silver-streaked hair glinting like it had been combed with sunlight, hands in the pockets of his dark wool coat, heels tapping the dirt deliberately. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. His presence was a storm, a kind of innate power that made even the air hold its breath. Behind him stood 2 men in security uniforms, each holding a triple braided leash and long batons wrapped in rubber. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Wexler tilted his head, his voice smooth and deep, honed for radio. But I believe one thing. Anything that can't be controlled shouldn't exist. And if any of you think you can control that animal with love, music, or compassion— He paused, turning towards the cage. Then go ahead. The door's open. All eyes turned to the cage. Valor, the name just declared, continued growling. The sound was low and sharp, more like the rattle of a braking engine than a living creature's growl. His mouth was slightly open, fangs sharp and aligned, strangely white under the dried mud on his muzzle. His lips were dark, stretched taut with every corded movement, as if every muscle fiber was clenched not by anger, but by memories compressed into bone. His jet-black coat, streaked with deep brown and dusted with dirt, was rough and bristled, not from neglect, but from the battlefields he had walked. A healed tear at his left shoulder, the skin beneath uneven, likely from shrapnel or crushed rock, a deep gash along his hind leg where fur would never grow again, and on his neck, under a weathered collar, the inscription VX21, faded yet still carved clearly into a scratched metal tag, worn down by teeth. His eyes, the most haunting part, were not simply fierce or cold. They were empty, but not from lack of thought. They were full, too full, with things no longer possible to hold more. They were the eyes of a soldier who had once stood in the smoke of war and survived, though no longer whole. No one dared step forward, not in the first minute, not in the next 10. Valor's record wasn't a secret. He had once served as a K-9 unit in the Forward Search and Rescue Response Force, especially during Tier 1 disaster operations. Codename: VX21. For 3 years, he and his handler had trekked through landslides, crawled under the crushed concrete of fallen cities, sniffed out life from rubble, ash, and fading cries. A landslide in the Crystal Ridge Mountains ended it all. The handler perished in a buried explosion. As for Valor, no one knew how he survived, only that weeks later he was found in the snow, eyes unblinking, nose bloodied, paws dragging like he was still looking for someone to save. After that, he was transferred to a recovery base, but no one could touch him. His combat reflexes returned at the sound of boots, chains, or flashlights. No one wanted to keep an uncontrollable dog. So he was transferred to Wexler as a failed experiment. "He wants to turn a wounded dog into a spectacle," someone whispered. "Not a spectacle," came a soft reply. "He's looking for proof, to sell an entire training system." On stage, Malcolm spun the mic in his hand like a toy, his impatience barely veiled. "No takers?" he asked, scanning the tense faces. "I thought this town still had a few brave souls." Inside the cage, Valor slammed his shoulder into the steel wall, a reminder to the world that he was not a bet to be placed. His eyes did not speak of fear. They were the condensation of memories beaten into him by whips, clickers, and shouted commands. He did not look at people. He looked through them, as if searching for someone who still remembered he had once been a soldier. Wexler lowered the microphone and turned to the event coordinator. "How many minutes left?" 30, the man whispered. "Add 10 more, Wexler said with a thin smile. "The more the crowd holds its breath, the higher the price of the answer." And then, in the wind and streaks of sunset slipping through the gaps of the overhead canvas, Valor suddenly turned his head. Not toward the cage, not toward Wexler, but toward one side of the stands. His eyes fixed, as if they had found a different kind of breath. He stood still, his growl fading. His fur no longer bristled. One ear tilted. His paw shifted slightly, an unconscious reaction to something that wasn't a threat, but a fragment of a living memory. And there, at the edge of the crowd, just beyond the last row of chairs where sunlight no longer reached, stood a brown-haired girl, Aria Lennox, quietly clutching a small box inside her coat pocket. Inside it was a silver fife, engraved with faint but visible words, glinting in the diagonal light of dusk. For when the world is too loud. Arya barely reached the shoulders of the adults around her, thin and fragile, her limbs still tender as if she hadn't yet grown out of childhood. Yet something in the way she stood made those nearby instinctively part. Not from fear, but from the serenity in her. The kind of calm one doesn't learn or practice, but simply is. She stepped into the ring uninvited, unchallenged. Each of her steps pressed into the dusty ground as if the earth had chosen to hold her weight. Not trembling, not rushed, not cautious, but neither defiant. She was simply present. Malcolm Wexler frowned. "A surprise volunteer," he said into the mic, his tone slipping from its usual sarcasm. "I hope you understand what's happening here, young lady." Arya didn't answer. She didn't even look at Wexler. Her eyes remained on the cage, where the battle-scarred animal stood still, as if waiting for one single signal that might allow him to let go of the posture that had become part of his skin. She stopped 5 steps from Valor, then, quietly, slipped her hand into her pocket and pulled out the silver fife. No one could see how she held it, but everyone felt it. She wasn't holding an instrument. She was holding a memory. She placed the fife to her lips. No command, no announcement, no lifted chin. And then, she played. The sound had no words, no melody. It was like breath touching metal, resonating not in notes, but in memory. The first wave of sound didn't reach Valor. It reached the air. It softened the wind, slowed the suspended dust. It made people stop breathing. Valor raised his head, his ears flicked. Then he stopped growling. The wind ceased its whipping, shadows stopped shifting, everything seemed to still in one held breath. Valor did not move forward, nor did he retreat. He just stood, as if a primal instinct had awakened upon hearing a sound that the heart once knew, but the mind had long forgotten. And then, in the absolute silence of 1,000 watching eyes, Valor sat down. No one spoke, no one had the time to, no applause, no cheering, only a silence stretched tight, as if a single deep breath might shatter it all. The dog who had terrified the entire arena was now sitting, not forced, not pulled, not tricked, just sitting, beside a sound with no tune, played from the silver fife of a skinny, brown-haired girl, whose name no one even knew. Valor didn't move much. He only held his gaze, staring at that girl, as if he were looking through her small frame into a distant memory. One with a gentle voice and hands that had never jerked a leash. The music faded. Wind slipped across the canvas roof, creating a soft rustle like someone stirring in their sleep. The girl lowered her hand. Malcolm Wexler stood frozen in the arena, mic limp in his grasp like it had gone mute. His face held no expression, but his lips were pressed shut. The half-smile now vanished. Someone in the crowd whispered, "He sat. Is that real? No command, no leash, no clicker. Just a kid?" Valor slowly stood. He didn't lunge. He didn't resume growling. He simply stood and stepped toward the edge of the cage, where the door had somehow creaked open without anyone noticing. He stopped at the threshold. None of Wexler's security team moved. No one dared lift a baton. No one dared call out. Because in that moment, no one saw a dangerous dog. They saw a soul choosing who would lead him out of the cage. Arya stepped forward. Her steps were slow, steady. She didn't look around. She didn't ask permission. Her hand still held the silver fife, but this time, she didn't play. She just carried it, like a promise already kept. She stopped in front of Valor. She didn't reach out. She simply stood close, eyes looking down at him. Valor looked back. And then, slowly, as if each step carried the weight of a personal decision, he stepped out. Out of the cage, out of 3 years in which no one dared come near, out of the labels dangerous, untrainable, useless. He walked beside her, not behind, not led. The crowd parted like a tide splitting down the center. No one spoke. No one blocked the path. Everyone stepped back, not out of fear, but because they knew this was something no one should interfere with. At the end of the fence, next to Ruth Lennox's old pickup truck, the woman stood, clutching the handles of a canvas bag filled with dry goods, her eyes wider than usual, her voice too tight to form words. Arya stopped in front of her. She didn't say much. She simply placed a gentle hand on Valor's back, as if she had done so all her life. She looked up at the woman and said, "I'm taking him home." Ruth couldn't speak for a long while. Eventually, she just nodded, very slowly, her eyes fixed on the large creature standing beside her granddaughter. And then they walked away. A girl, an old woman, and a war dog once tagged VX21, once declared beyond recovery. They walked toward the end of the dirt road, where the evening sun had dipped behind them, and the light stretched ahead like a quiet welcome from memory itself. Ruth Lennox's old gray pickup veered off the main road, trembling over the gravel path that led back to the farm. Red dust clung to the windshield like an old memory no one dared to wipe away. In the back seat, Arya sat beside Valor, or more accurately, at the furthest distance possible while still remaining within his line of sight. Not out of fear, but out of respect. Valor didn't lie down. He stood, weight resting on his hind legs, eyes unblinking. Every time the wheels dropped into a pothole, his whole body flinched. Not startled, but in combat reflex. As if he'd grown used to tremors that led nowhere, yet still couldn't help bracing himself. Once, when Ruth turned the wheel and a chain hanging from the front seat clanged against a metal hook on the door, the sharp, dry, metallic clink triggered him instantly. He didn't growl, he didn't howl, he just snapped his head around, body tense, eyes wide until the irises nearly disappeared. Arya immediately placed a hand on her thigh, not touching him, just near. "I heard it too," she whispered, soft enough that only he could feel it. Ruth glanced in the rearview mirror but said nothing. Her hands tightened slightly on the wheel. She'd seen that look before, in the eyes of soldiers returning from places no one should remain. Not fear, but a defense system etched into bone. The drive should have taken 40 minutes. That day, it took nearly an hour and a half. Ruth avoided roads with trucks, skipped the iron bridge, even if it meant longer detours. Each time she saw Valor tense, she slowed down, like she was transporting a landmine with the pin half pulled. The gate to the farm opened slowly. No barking dogs, no porch lights. This place used to be alive, back when Elise was still here. Now only Ruth remained, and the wind threading through the leaves. Valor didn't move when the truck stopped. Ruth didn't try to open the door. She shut off the engine, unbuckled her belt, and sat quietly. Arya was the first to step out. She walked around to the back. She opened the rear door and let Valor choose. His eyes scanned the garden, the fence, the roofline. Every detail swept by a reflex that couldn't be shut off. Where to run, where to bite, where to stay still. Arya didn't call, she just waited. After a minute that felt as long as a season, Valor jumped down, not with noise, not with haste, but not with ease either, as if the ground still wasn't fully safe beneath him. Ruth walked ahead, unlocking the front door. The kitchen light cast a dim yellow line onto the porch. "Come in," she said, not to anyone in particular. Arya stepped up onto the porch and turned back. Valor remained at the gate. He didn't bark. He didn't move. He stared at the open door like it belonged to a world he no longer recognized. Ruth hesitated, then placed a water bowl on the porch. "Whenever you're ready," she said, her voice oddly calm. That night, Valor didn't come inside. Arya brought out an old blanket and laid it on the porch. He didn't lie down right away. He paced, sniffed every corner, ears upright, tail low. Only when Arya sat beside the blanket, saying nothing, did he curl up 3 steps away. He didn't sleep, but he didn't leave. His first meal was served in a ceramic bowl printed with cartoon bones, something Elise had bought for another dog long ago. Arya placed it down, poured water from a steel canister, and stepped back. Valor didn't approach. He glanced at it, then turned away. It wasn't until nearly dawn that the water bowl was half empty. He hadn't eaten yet. But he was breathing more slowly, and he stayed. The first morning after coming home, Arya woke before her alarm, not because she slept well, but because of the quiet footsteps pacing the porch, steady, circling from Valor. He didn't bark. He simply walked in circles, then sat against the wall, as if his anxiety could only ease when his back was pressed against something solid. No one woke him, and he didn't wait to be called. Arya poured water, grabbed a slice of bread, and quietly sat on the step. In her hand was something she hadn't opened the night before, her mother's journal, Elise Lennox, cloth-bound, edges slightly frayed, spine loose, but the pages inside still whole. The first page bore a slanted, familiar handwriting. "Dogs aren't something to be trained. They are something we learn to live with again." Arya closed the notebook and looked toward Valor, lying 4 steps away. His tail didn't move, but his ears leaned slightly in her direction, as if he was listening. Or perhaps remembering someone who had once read those same words. She didn't try to move closer. She didn't call his name, though she had known it since last night. Instead, every day afterward, she sat in the same spot, opened her mother's journal, and read aloud, not loud enough to command attention, just enough so that if someone wanted to hear, they wouldn't have to strain. On those faded pages were notes, sketches, lines hastily underlined. Not all reactions are resistance. Sometimes it's the body's only way of saying, "I'm scared." Prolonged silence in PTSD dogs often signals neural shutdown, not recovery. Arya didn't understand it all, but she read because these were the last words left behind by someone who believed that healing began with presence, not correction. 3 days passed. Valor had not once stepped past the threshold of the house. But Arya noticed, every morning he came 1 step closer. On the 4th day, another pickup truck rumbled to a stop in front of the gate. Its faded green paint was dulled to a dusty sheen, and the license plate was nearly obscured with dried mud. The driver stepped out slowly, as if her knees and heels had negotiated every movement before agreeing to walk. Dr. Sylvia Harlow, the seasoned veterinarian from the Western Hills. No one remembered exactly how old she was, only that dogs who trusted no one sometimes trusted her. Ruth went out to meet her, arms relaxed but eyes watchful. "No appointment," Sylvia said with a faint smile. "But I heard the girl made a war dog stop in the middle of a town square." "The girl didn't make him stop," Ruth replied. "The dog chose to." Sylvia nodded. "Even better." She didn't step inside immediately. Instead, she opened the truck bed and retrieved 2 items, a leather-bound notebook, cracked along the spine, and a small wooden box tied with twine, thick with dust, but handled with care. "Memory is still better than medicine," she said. then sat on the porch step beside Arya. Arya gave a small nod. Sylvia didn't need an introduction. Arya had seen her name in a few of her mother's journal entries. Valor, upon seeing a stranger, didn't approach, but he didn't withdraw either. He remained at the same distance as always, as if measuring space not in meters, but in heartbeats. Sylvia opened the notebook. Inside were handwritten notes, blue ink and red pen interwoven, lines like canine patient number 12, response to explosive sound, 3.2 seconds after stimulus. Scent detection remains, belief in scent does not. Day 18, first time he didn't look directly at me, but stayed near my feet. Not everyone would understand those notes, but anyone who had ever sat next to a trembling dog in the dark would. From the wooden box, Sylvia took out a letter, yellowed paper, handwriting shaky. She read softly, "Doctor, last night he howled in his sleep. I didn't do anything, just placed my hand on the cage. In the morning, for the first time, he licked my hand when I wasn't looking. Maybe it was thanks, or maybe it was acceptance." The letter had no signature. Sylvia folded it and fell silent. Valor didn't move, but his tail was no longer curled tightly beneath him, and his eyes, no longer wide with vigilance, had begun to soften, lids drooping slightly as she spoke. "Would you like to read something?" Sylvia asked Arya. The girl nodded. She opened her mother's journal to a page near the center. "The dog beaten by hands will fear hands. The dog beaten by words will fear voices, but the dog beaten by silence will fear everything." Sylvia pressed her lips together. Elise was just as sharp as ever. That day, for the first time, Valor truly slept, not curled up tight on the porch. He lay stretched out, legs extended, breathing deep. No dreams, no howling, no twitching. And also for the first time, Arya saw Sylvia rise, leaving the leather notebook and the letterbox on the table. She didn't say, "You can borrow them." She simply said, "Every dog needs someone to listen. And you, perhaps you're learning to hear what you don't yet understand. So keep these. When you need them, open them." On the cover of the notebook, faded by time, was a single line of old ink. Not trained, trusted. Saturday morning settled over Sage Valley like a long breath. Early mist spread a faint white layer across the old wooden fence, and the sun had only just begun to slice weak rays through the eastern hilltops. The air carried the scent of fresh grass, of damp soil left by the night, and the faintest trace of something waiting. On the back porch, Arya sat cross-legged, a thin blanket wrapped around her knees. In her hands was her mother's journal, not opened to any particular page, just resting there, heavy with more than she could process. Valor sat 8 steps away. He wasn't sleeping, he wasn't lying down, but he wasn't growling, for the first time. For nearly a week he had kept his distance as if every person who came near was one step too close. He didn't growl loudly, didn't snarl, only made small, low hissing sounds, just enough to say that inside that body, every nerve was stretched like wire. But that morning, when Arya stepped out, laid the blanket on the porch, and sat slowly, he didn't make a sound. Not quite permission, but no protest either. Arya didn't move much. Each motion she made, she kept quiet, as though relearning how to live in a forest where every action left a trace, on the grass or in the eyes of something watching. She opened the journal, but didn't read. She simply brushed her fingers along the page edge, a habit her mother had. Valor watched, not intently, not with tactical focus. Just glanced, brief flickers, then his gaze returned to the distance. The silence wasn't empty. It had form. It was the space of 8 steps between a person and a dog. A space no longer tinged with fear, but a buffer zone of testing and allowing. It was the way Valor held himself, front legs bent slightly, but not braced, tail resting loose on the damp wood, ears not pinned but angled toward the sound of turning pages. Arya read, for the first time in 3 days, a short note her mother had written during the treatment of an abandoned war dog. He never sleeps when others are awake, but when I pretend to sleep, he begins to breathe evenly. Arya didn't know why she chose that line. Maybe because it resembled this moment. Maybe because yesterday, just as she had drifted off by the door, she had felt Valor lie closer, just a few inches away. By morning, he had pulled back, but the spot where he had lain was still etched in the dust. That afternoon, Ruth brought coffee to the porch. She saw the scene, a girl reading from a journal to a dog sitting at the edge of the yard, and said nothing. She set the cup down and stepped back. No one wanted to break something that was just beginning to form, even if it was more fragile than morning mist. As the sun dipped lower, Valor still hadn't moved closer. But he had changed places, from the left of the door to the right, a spot nearer to the window, where each evening the soft notes of Ruth's piano could be heard drifting from the living room. And that night, for the first time, Arya saw Valor's shadow not lying against the front door, but outside her bedroom wall, where the door remained slightly ajar. She didn't call, but she left the nightlight glowing dim, like an invitation without pressure. The silence, after 3 years, had begun to echo. Each morning Arya sat in the same place, on the edge of the wooden porch, where the first sunlight slipped through the branches of the almond tree her mother had once planted. Never too close, never too far. Just enough to avoid pressure, just enough for Valor to see her without needing to react. She didn't try to approach, didn't call, didn't reach out her hand. She simply was there. And like a movement so slow it was almost invisible, the space between them began to change. One morning, as she stepped out as usual, blanket folded in her arms, Arya froze. Valor was lying exactly where she normally sat, still awake, still watchful, but he had chosen that spot. She didn't turn away. She didn't reclaim her place. She just quietly sat a little farther. And for the first time, when she sat down, Valor didn't leave. When Ruth saw the scene through the kitchen window, she paused, coffee pot still tilted mid-pour. She had seen dogs react to people in every way, friendly, wary, indifferent, even mocking. But Valor's expression wasn't a reaction. It was a decision, as if he was beginning to place trust, not in people, but in repetition, in what stayed the same. Another day, when Ruth tapped a spoon against an old metal bowl, clang. Valor flinched violently. Arya didn't touch him, didn't call. She simply stopped reading and said, "I hate that sound too, I know," and then continued reading like nothing had happened. Valor didn't run. But from that day on, Arya silently swapped the metal bowl for an old wooden one, cracked at the rim, but quiet. At night, Ruth began to leave the kitchen door ajar, just enough for the scent of toast or roast chicken to drift out to the porch. Arya laid a wool rug right by the doorway instead of farther out on the lawn. Not an invitation, but a clear, unspoken message. This spot is yours, if you want it. One night, colder than usual, Arya woke at 3 a.m. to a soft sound. She quietly opened the door, without switching on the light, and saw Valor curled on the rug, his chest rising slowly, eyes closed, paws twitching gently as if dreaming. It wasn't the kind of sleep laced with alertness. It was the first sleep near a house where people lived. The next morning, Arya didn't tell anyone, but she brewed an extra cup of chamomile tea, the kind her mother used to drink on cold mornings, and placed it on the windowsill near where Valor had slept. She knew he wouldn't drink it, but its scent would linger, like a soft memory trace. On the 10th day, rain came unexpectedly. Valor didn't retreat beneath the porch roof as he usually did. He stood in the yard, head held high, rain pouring over his back, eyes wide open. Arya saw him, and instead of calling him in, she stepped outside too. No umbrella, no raincoat. She stood 5 steps away. Both of them, soaked, cold, still, under the same rain. No one gave orders. No one told the other to stay. When they returned inside, he walked alongside her. Not close, but near enough that their footsteps shared rhythm. The silence between them now had cadence, not the stillness of disconnection, but the quiet of breathing together. And each of those beats, day after day, began to take shape. It was the soft turn of Valor's ears whenever Arya read something in a low voice. The slightest lift of his brow when she stood up from the porch. The fact that he no longer turned away whenever she sat down. When Dr. Sylvia returned to visit, she stood from a distance and nodded. Still not close, but no longer avoiding. Arya responded simply, "Silence is how dogs answer, too. We just have to learn their language." Sylvia chuckled. "You're learning how to listen, little one." In those days of quiet, Arya began saying his name, not often, not loudly, just once, each morning when she stepped onto the porch. "Good morning, Valor." He didn't run to her, didn't wag his tail, but one ear always twitched, and that was enough. Until one late afternoon, when the wind stung faintly and the sun sank earlier than usual, Arya was gathering her books to head inside when she heard slow footsteps behind her. She didn't turn, just kept folding her blanket. Then a shadow fell over the edge of the porch. Valor stood there, right at the step. No growl, no hiss. He sat down. And for the first time, without an invitation, without persuasion, just because he wanted to, he stepped 2 strides closer than any day before. Just 2 steps, but enough to shape the silence into the form of choice. At first, Valor always lay beneath the porch roof, right at the edge of the steps, where the earth stayed colder than the wood, and the wall remained the only thing solid enough to rest against. He always chose the darkest spot, far from the light, far from any sound that came from within the house. But then one night, Ruth accidentally left the back door slightly ajar because of the wind. When she got up just before dawn and stepped out to gather the blanket Arya had forgotten, she saw Valor lying right by the doorway, less than a full step from the wooden threshold. His eyes weren't closed, but he didn't lift his ears when he heard the door creak. He just raised his head gently, as if being seen no longer felt like a threat. No one had called him there, no treats had been placed, and that was exactly why Arya didn't disturb that moment. She simply sat a little closer, just inside the doorway, and resumed her routine. Quietly reading, turning pages, writing a few lines in blue ink, just like her mother used to do. The following night, Valor returned to that spot, the doorway, where the light spilled faintest and the wind was mostly blocked. He didn't come inside, didn't attempt to cross the boundary into the house, but he no longer lay out on the lawn or behind the outer wall. The distance from the doorframe to the heart of the house might be only a few steps, but from that frame to trust, it was an entire journey. And now, at least, he had laid his body closer to the voice of people, without growling in resistance. The wooden bowl that Arya had carefully chosen to replace the old metal one was still placed each night, quietly at the porch corner, where Valor could smell it without being forced to approach. For the first few days, the bowl remained untouched, perfectly still, while the water in the adjacent dish slowly decreased. But then one night, when Ruth woke early to brew ginger tea for her shoulder pain, she caught a glimpse of a shadow beyond the doorframe. Not advancing, just a shadow, long and low, moving like breath across the porch floor. The next morning the bowl was empty. Not spilled, not knocked over, not chewed the way young pups tend to do. Just clean. Arya didn't ask. Ruth didn't mention it. But that night, they filled the bowl a little fuller. And the next morning, empty again. Gradually, Valor began to form a rhythm of his own. When no one was in sight, when the lights were off, when the sounds had quieted, he would come, eat quickly but not rushed, and retreat. The way he ate, without greed, without panic, was a signal in itself. It was no longer the behavior of a creature fighting to survive, but the instinct of a soul relearning that food placed before it could actually belong to it. And just like that, in the quiet of night, hunger was no longer shameful, but a sign of return to life. No one could pinpoint the exact moment it began, the first time Valor started to follow, but Arya noticed. The first time was when she went to the back garden to retrieve her mother's notebook, forgotten on the stone bench. She heard a rustling of leaves behind her, so faint she thought it was wind. But when she stopped and turned slowly, Valor stopped too. He stood about 10 steps away, not close, not hiding, his ears upright, head slightly tilted, as if measuring what her next move would mean. Arya didn't turn again. She simply continued walking as usual. And when she reached the porch steps and glanced back, Valor stood at the edge of the grass. From that day on, Arya noticed, every time she walked out to the yard, to the barn, to the stone well, there was always a silent shadow trailing behind. Not close, not called, not expecting anything in return. Just following, like an observer from afar. Not like a guard, not like control, but more like a quiet test. Will you come back? Little by little, the distance shortened, from 10 steps to 7 to 5. Sometimes even 3 if she paused long enough. But he never walked beside her, always behind, as if his instinct was to be near but not impose. Arya never said a word when she noticed, but she began walking a little slower, leaving space beside her in case one day Valor chose not to walk behind, but with her. That Friday afternoon, as the sun dipped behind the western hills and the light turned soft gold, Dr. Sylvia Harlow returned to the farm. Not with medicine or equipment, but carrying an old cloth bag. Inside were handwritten letters, some from former colleagues, people who had worked in post-war K-9 rehabilitation programs. Others were diary excerpts from the treatment center Elise Lennox had once helped. Not things to diagnose, but things to read together. Dr. Harlow chose a wooden chair placed near the edge of the porch, right where Arya usually sat in the mornings. She didn't call anyone, didn't signal to Valor, didn't even start with, "Let's begin." She simply sat, pulled out a sheet of paper, and began reading aloud. Her voice didn't rise and fall like a story, nor was it flat like a clinical report. She read as if recounting something that had happened, but was still worth remembering. Day 14. The dog no longer howls at the doorbell, but still won't eat when someone is in the room. I tried reading poetry, not so he'd understand, but so he'd know that not all sound comes with commands. Valor was lying at a distance, beneath the trees where the grass grew thick. But when Dr. Harlow spoke, his ears twitched gently. Arya sat quietly by the door, hand resting on her mother's notebook, eyes following every small response. Dr. Harlow continued, Letter from Mason, that May. We don't train them to forget. We help them live without letting memory control every move. One day a dog walked toward me when I said his name, not in a command tone, but the way people call each other. Her voice remained steady, unrushed. Between lines she paused, not to think, but to let the breath find its space. Valor didn't move. But every time a passage mentioned a dog, his ears lifted slightly. Every time words like approached, didn't howl, or breathed calmly were spoken, he turned his head toward the voice. No one was speaking to him, but he was listening. Arya watched it unfold and knew she didn't need to say a thing. She understood, through her mother, through Ruth, through the quiet days on the porch. That sound itself was a kind of contact, and not all voices needed to command. Dr. Harlow folded the letter after nearly 20 minutes. She didn't rush. Just carefully placed it back into her bag, then looked up at the shadowed dog half in light, half in shade. I'll read again tomorrow, okay? She didn't expect an answer. But when she stood to leave, Valor didn't turn away. He watched her until she disappeared behind the porch. For the first time in many weeks, when Ruth stepped out onto the steps at sunset, she saw that Valor hadn't retreated into the shadows or under the floorboards. He remained in place, as if waiting for someone to speak again, a human voice, not commanding, just present. The morning air in Sage Valley was still veiled with fog, just like every other day. But for Arya, something had changed, not in the sky or wind, but from within. In that moment, she sat on the porch and opened the worn pages of her mother's journal. The air seemed heavier, deeper, and more real. Elise Lennox, a name once attached only to tender memories, now returned like a true guide. Each word she left in the journal no longer felt like a personal musing, but instructions, lived experience, and methods that had once saved the souls of four-legged beings too hurt to be named. Arya sat facing Valor. He kept his usual safe distance, not too near, not too far. He didn't walk away. He didn't approach. He just stayed. She read a short passage to herself, fingers tracing over ink that had faded through the years. When a dog doesn't respond to anyone, don't force it to. That silence isn't indifference. It's a survival mechanism, like someone locking themselves in a room no one else can open. Arya closed the journal and looked up at Valor. The way he ate, without greed, without panic, was a signal in itself. It was no longer the behavior of a creature fighting to survive, but the instinct of a soul relearning that food placed before it could actually belong to it. And just like that, in the quiet of night, hunger was no longer shameful, but a sign of return to life. No one could pinpoint the exact moment it began, the first time Valor started to follow. But Arya noticed. The first time was when she went to the back garden to retrieve her mother's notebook, forgotten on the stone bench. She heard a rustling of leaves behind her, so faint she thought it was wind. But when she stopped and turned slowly, Valor stopped too. He stood about 10 steps away, not close, not hiding, his ears upright, head slightly tilted, as if measuring what her next move would mean. Arya didn't turn again. She simply continued walking as usual. And when she reached the porch steps and glanced back, Valor stood at the edge of the grass. From that day on, Arya noticed, every time she walked out to the yard, to the barn, to the stone well, there was always a silent shadow trailing behind. Not close, not called, not expecting anything in return, just following. Like an observer from afar, not like a guard. Not like control, but more like a quiet test. Will you come back? Little by little, the distance shortened, from 10 steps to 7 to 5, sometimes even 3 if she paused long enough. But he never walked beside her, always behind, as if his instinct was to be near but not impose. Arya never said a word when she noticed, but she began walking a little slower, leaving space beside her in case one day Valor chose not to walk behind, but with her. That Friday afternoon, as the sun dipped behind the western hills and the light turned soft gold, Dr. Sylvia Harlow returned to the farm, not with medicine or equipment, but carrying an old cloth bag. Inside were handwritten letters, some from former colleagues, people who had worked in post-war canine rehabilitation programs. Others were diary excerpts from the treatment center Elise Lennox had once helped. Not things to diagnose, but things to read together. Dr. Harlow chose a wooden chair placed near the edge of the porch, right where Arya usually sat in the mornings. She didn't call anyone, didn't signal to Valor, didn't even start with, "Let's begin." She simply sat, pulled out a sheet of paper, and began reading aloud. Her voice didn't rise and fall like a story, nor was it flat like a clinical report. She read as if recounting something that had happened, but was still worth remembering. Day 14. The dog no longer howls at the doorbell, but still won't eat when someone is in the room. I tried reading poetry, not so he'd understand, but so he'd know that not all sound comes with commands. Valor was lying at a distance, beneath the trees, where the grass grew thick. But when Dr. Harlow spoke, his ears twitched gently. Arya sat quietly by the door, hand resting on her mother's notebook, eyes following every small response. Dr. Harlow continued. Letter from Mason, that May. We don't train them to forget. We help them live without letting memory control every move. One day, a dog walked toward me when I said his name, not in a command tone, but the way people call each other. Her voice remained steady, unrushed. Between lines, she paused, not to think, but to let the breath find its space. Valor didn't move. But every time a passage mentioned a dog, his ears lifted slightly. Every time words like approached, didn't howl, or breathed calmly were spoken, he turned his head toward the voice. No one was speaking to him, but he was listening. Arya watched it unfold and knew she didn't need to say a thing. She understood, through her mother, through Ruth, through the quiet days on the porch, that sound itself was a kind of contact, and not all voices needed to command. Dr. Harlow folded the letter after nearly 20 minutes. She didn't rush, just carefully placed it back into her bag, then looked up at the shadowed dog, half in light, half in shade. I'll read again tomorrow, okay? She didn't expect an answer. But when she stood to leave, Valor didn't turn away. He watched her until she disappeared behind the porch. For the first time in many weeks, when Ruth stepped out onto the steps at sunset, she saw that Valor hadn't retreated into the shadows or under the floorboards. He remained in place, as if waiting for someone to speak again. A human voice, not commanding, just present. The morning air in Sage Valley was still veiled with fog, just like every other day. But for Arya, something had changed, not in the sky or wind, but from within. In that moment, she sat on the porch and opened the worn pages of her mother's journal. The air seemed heavier, deeper, and more real. Elise Lennox, a name once attached only to tender memories, now returned like a true guide. Each word she left in the journal no longer felt like a personal musing, but instructions, lived experience, and methods that had once saved the souls of four-legged beings too hurt to be named. Arya sat facing Valor. He kept his usual safe distance, not too near, not too far. He didn't walk away. He didn't approach. He just stayed. She read a short passage to herself, fingers tracing over ink that had faded through the years. When a dog doesn't respond to anyone, don't force it to. That silence isn't indifference. It's a survival mechanism. like someone locking themselves in a room no one else can open. Arya closed the journal and looked up at Valor. He was looking at her. Not for long, but it was a gaze without avoidance. That afternoon, Arya stayed in her mother's room for a long time. The room had remained nearly untouched since Elise passed away, partly because Ruth couldn't bear to change it, partly because Arya still wasn't ready to let go. Everything was still there. The wooden desk by the window, the small metal cabinet full of patient records, and an old wooden box with a brass lock now rusted over. Arya opened the box. Inside were dozens of papers clipped together, categorized by small plastic tabs labeled Case 01, Border Collie, 2013, K9 Deployment PTSD, TE167. Intervention Logs, Exposure Without Command. She flipped through the folders until she found the section her mother had written about post-traumatic combat reflex. Some dogs withdraw into silence, others erupt in aggression, but they all share one thing. They don't believe the world is safe enough to breathe. That evening, Arya brought 3 thin folders out to the porch. She spread a blanket, placed the journal on her lap, and began to read aloud, not for anyone but herself. But she knew Valor was there, not obvious, but present. Force creates obedience, but obedience without safety is silence, not trust. She repeated the sentence twice, then closed the journal. Night wind moved through the grass, carrying something unnameable, like a sound trapped between 2 worlds. Arya thought of Valor, who had once been a soldier, who had once saved lives, and now he didn't respond to any command, not even his own name, not because he couldn't hear, but because he had learned that hearing could lead to pain. Ruth appeared in the back doorway, holding a cup of tea. "What are you reading, sweetheart?" she asked gently. "The reason you don't say, 'sit' to a dog who's not sure if obeying will let him live?" Arya replied. Ruth frowned slightly, then nodded. "That sounds exactly like Elise." 3 days later, something small changed. While Arya was reading a section about dogs responding positively to instrumental classical music, she opened a playlist her mother had saved on her phone. Soft piano pieces began to play, sometimes Debussy, sometimes Satie, and floated gently into the quiet air. Valor, lying beneath the tree, lifted his head. Not startled, but as if he remembered. In a scattered journal entry, Elise had written, "We teach dogs to obey, but we rarely ask, is our voice safe? If speech is a weapon, then silence is armor, and sometimes the only person a dog trusts is the one who speaks the least." That evening, Valor stepped closer. Not much, just a single stride. But he sat down, ears tilted toward the music, eyes closing gently. No one gave a command. No one trained anything. Only a human voice, a voice reading, a melody, a steady breath. And there, between the silence and the echo, for the first time, silence no longer looked like defense. It took the shape of trust. Not grand trust, not the kind that leaps through fog toward another. Not the cinematic kind that throws doors open, lays down arms, or forgives. This trust was thinner than a strand of hair, quieter than breath in the night, but so real that anyone present would feel their heart clench, afraid to shatter something just beginning to grow. Arya still didn't say anything, didn't move closer, didn't shoo the insects buzzing near where Valor lay, didn't shift to rest her head more comfortably on the wooden step. She just remained. Every evening, at the same time, Arya stepped into the backyard. She brought nothing but a thin notebook, sometimes her mother's journal, sometimes a childhood book she used to read. No name-calling, no commands, just a quiet breath, and a small figure, cross-legged on a blanket, eyes never looking directly at the dog lying in the shadows a few meters away. It was a technique Elise Lennox called quiet presence. It required no professional training, no equipment, only one person willing to show up, consistently, without threat, without demand. Long enough that their existence became part of the background of space, like wind, like light. No need to provoke a response. Arya relearned her breathing, no shallow breath, no breath holding, just steady, gentle, and let time do the rest. 3 days passed. Valor still lay in his same spot, between 2 willow trees, where the grass stayed cool even under sunlight. He didn't change his posture when she came, but he didn't leave either. He had grown used to her presence, and for a soul conditioned to fear every approaching footstep, that was a quiet miracle. On the 4th day, Arya brought a book her mother had marked in the library. The Body Keeps the Score. She read a short passage, not loudly, not directed at Valor. Just let the sound drift into the air. Trauma is not what happens to us, but what we hold inside in the absence of an empathetic witness. Valor didn't turn his head, but one ear tilted. Arya noticed, and said nothing. The next afternoon, she brought out a small cushion and placed it near the porch steps. No more sitting on the wooden floor. And for the first time, she lay down, eyes closed, one hand resting on her chest, breathing evenly, no reading, no talking, just existing with Valor, in silence. And then, when she opened her eyes, the sun had begun to warm the grass. She saw Valor was lying on his side. Not propped up, not curled with guarded limbs like usual. He had stretched out, shoulder touching the ground, belly exposed, tail slack. It was a posture that only appeared in dogs when they felt safe. That night, Arya didn't tell Ruth anything, but she wrote one quiet line in her notebook. He truly slept, not from exhaustion, but because he believed he wouldn't be woken by fear. And then came that strange night, when Arya decided to bring a blanket outside and sleep under the stars. She didn't announce it, didn't set up a tent. She simply brought a small pillow, a book, and a thick blanket. She spread it not far from where Valor usually lay, but still respecting the distance he always kept. She didn't look back at him, didn't say good night, didn't close the house door. She just lay there, to let herself become a quiet presence. The wind brushing the porch roof became a melody without tune. Insects murmured in the distance, and Arya's breath joined the rhythm of the night, quiet, even, and asking for nothing. For the first time in years, she slept without a locked door, without walls, with nothing but a dog once labeled dangerous somewhere nearby. And at midnight, when Arya stirred at the sound of a soft shift, she didn't see Valor walking away, as he often did. She saw him lying just a few steps away. Not too close, but closer than ever. His head rested on his front paws, eyes half closed, chest rising slowly. And for the first time, Arya heard it, a small sigh escaping from his body. Not a sound of alertness, but the sound of a body finally allowed to rest. She said nothing, just closed her eyes again, and let the night wind carry everything away. That night they slept, in the same space, needing nothing from one another, just being together. The next morning, Ruth saw them lying in the middle of the grass, beneath the trees, sunlight falling down like golden silk. She didn't walk over, just stood at the porch, warm tea steaming in her hand. And she whispered, only loud enough for herself to hear. So she didn't train him. She just waited long enough for him to choose to trust. That was the first day in the second life of Valor, a life where sleep was no longer fear, but a space of safety, built by patience and the quiet breath of a girl who asked for nothing but presence. Malcolm Wexler was not a man easily forgotten, much less ignored. The autumn auction, where a nameless girl had gotten his most dangerous war dog to sit, remained a nightmare lodged deep in the memories of those aligned with him. Not because of the failure, but because of what came after. No media response, no public denial, no immediate retaliation. Because Malcolm never reacted in the heat of the moment. He reacted only when every variable had been calculated to the decimal. In a cold meeting room on the 3rd floor of the Wexler estate, the air was laced with coffee and steel. The digital board displayed a list of trainers, statuses of each dog, and testing schedules down to the minute. At the center of the room, Malcolm stood before a massive LED screen, hands clasped behind his back, eyes sharp as forged steel. "We don't let a piece of music and a child unravel the foundation of national discipline," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but every word hit like a hammer. "The Sage Valley Fair will be where we set things right, on the ground, under the lights, in front of statewide media." A man in a black suit adjusted his glasses. "What are you planning to present, sir?" "A national-level control demonstration. Form, reflex, obedience protocol, via whistle, signal tones, and, if needed, behavioral enhancers." The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Someone else asked in a low voice, "Do we need to bring back the old equipment?" Malcolm turned. "Discipline isn't the crime. Losing control is." He pressed a button on the control panel. A sliding wall opened, revealing the private training chambers of the Wexler Foundation. Inside were special containment units, not named, just numbered, each fitted with remote control chips. The air was filled with the hiss of voltage and the clank of metal paws on flooring. Malcolm walked up to one of the kennels. Inside was a jet-black shepherd, eyes sharp like an unsharpened blade. It rose instantly, but didn't bark. It stood still, waiting for command. "This," Malcolm said, eyes never leaving the dog, "is what people call trust. But really, it's understanding that the one who gives the order holds the power of life and death." He turned to face his team. "We'll show them that at Sage Valley." The promotional flyers were released just days later. In bold type, "K9 Elite Demonstration, Sage Valley Autumn Fair, sponsored by the Wexler Corporation, National Strategic Training System." Discipline isn't limitation. It's the foundation of freedom. But Malcolm didn't stop at spectacle. He sent private invitations to mayors, police chiefs, and directors of high-profile rescue centers across the state, each one with a gold-edged pass and VIP seating. He called every local news desk, purchased ad time on television, and somehow the viral clips from the previous auction began quietly disappearing from social media algorithms, not through censorship, but by saturation. In a closed press briefing, when asked about the Valor incident, the dog who disrupted the auction, Malcolm merely smiled. "Dogs are like people. Sometimes we're charmed by a sound, but in the end, only order keeps peace." Sage Valley was no longer a place too small to escape notice. It would be the stage, and Malcolm Wexler would be the man to redefine the meaning of discipline once and for all. But before the stage lights were turned on, Malcolm had already laid the groundwork, his so-called media foundation. Just days after promoting the upcoming National Obedience Showcase, new video clips began appearing across social media. No official logos, no cited sources. But anyone watching could tell. This was part of a coordinated campaign. A clip from the old auction resurfaced, but it wasn't complete. There was no first gaze between Valor and Area, no image of the silver fife, no quiet moment before he sat down. Only growling, only the jerking chain, only wild eyes, and a line of text at the top of the video. Uncontrolled, easily manipulated. One sound is all it takes to deceive. This is what happens when we replace discipline with emotion. Excerpt from National Training Research Center, Wexler Foundation. The clip spread quickly. Malcolm didn't need to appear. It only took enough people sharing, enough channels reposting, enough scholarly faces nodding along to discussions about behavioral regulation. On forums and discussion groups, polarized comments surged. That dog was just charmed by music. What if that same sound played in public? This kind of taming is like giving a gun a sedative. It calms down, but can't be trusted. At the farm, Arya sat in front of the computer, reading every word, face still. Sylvia stood behind her, holding a mug of cold coffee. Ruth was outside, trimming the grass as if unaware. But they all knew. No one talked about refuting it. No one wrote a rebuttal. No one contacted the press. They just watched Valor, lying in the yard, sunlight brushing along his back, eyes closed, ears still. Arya closed the laptop. No one needs to know you've slept beside me for the last 2 nights, she whispered. No one needs to see you dreaming, twitching your legs like you're chasing light in your sleep. Sylvia placed a hand on her shoulder. Then let him speak for himself, she said, not in words, but in how he lives. Ruth came in moments later, drying her hands on a coarse kitchen towel. She didn't ask questions. She simply placed an old photo on the table. Elise Lennox, standing in the center of the training yard, beside a black shepherd, eyes gleaming in the sun. On the back, in handwritten script, they called them dangerous once. But if you wait long enough, anyone can see. The greatest danger is never giving them a chance. That night, Arya didn't sleep inside. She took a thick blanket and laid it beside Valor's usual mat in the yard. No calls, no coaxing, no music. She simply lay down and waited. Around midnight, soft footsteps approached. Valor lay down beside her, not touching but closer than ever, eyes closed, breathing steady. No defense, no need for music, no need for the crowd's applause, no need for words. And that was enough. He would be the answer. Arya didn't say that out loud. She simply stood behind the curtain of the Sage Valley Arena, temporarily converted into a performance ground. The sand had been leveled, the wooden bleachers formed a half circle, and in the center was open space. No fences, no cages, only a beam of white light cast like a stage where questions didn't require explanation. That day, there were no signals, no starting whistle, no announcements, no judges, just Arya and Valor. She walked out, hands empty, shoulders square, her small figure swallowed by the vastness of the scene. Yet the atmosphere softened. The audience, larger than Ruth had ever seen, dared not make a sound. Valor followed behind. No leash, no command, only presence, and synchronized steps. Every move Arya made was a silent whisper. Each time she stopped, Valor stopped. When she turned, he turned. When she stepped back, Valor sat. She knelt, touching the ground lightly, and Valor lay down, head resting on his paws, ears tilted as if waiting for a sound only he could hear. No one taught Valor to do this. No one taught Arya how to bring calm to a dog conditioned by fear, simply through being present. At the highest seat, Malcolm Wexler stood still. A camera across the arena panned toward him, slowly. They waited for a reaction, for some crack to show this was all staged. But nothing came. No erratic glance, no repeated gesture, no sharp whistle from a hidden handler. Only a child and a dog, walking through the eye of a storm, together, in trust. Ruth gripped Sylvia's hand tightly. Neither spoke, but they both felt it. This moment needed no words. Because if Valor, the dog once branded uncontrollable, could choose to walk beside a child without a single leash to bind him, then the very definition of discipline had to be rewritten. In that instant, the arena lights seemed to shine brighter. Not from tech, but because in the eyes of hundreds watching, something collapsed, and something else was built anew. Control no longer meant force. It meant consent. And when Arya turned back, gently extended one hand, no calling, no command, Valor stood. Stepped toward her. Not fast, not hesitant, not confused. He walked as if he had always been there, as if the only place he ever truly belonged was right beside her. In a photographer's lens, that moment was captured. Unedited, unposed. Just a child walking beside a dog who no longer needed a cage. That arena did not erupt in cheers. It echoed with silence, a silence so deep it made people listen, to the rhythm of trust in every step, to the nameless sound of a creature once lost, finally finding his way home. No one in the stands spoke. The stadium lights spilled across the fine sand, making the arena floor look like a still lake. Arya remained at the center, small frame, narrow shoulders, hair tousled gently by the breeze. Valor stood to her right, head slightly tilted, not tense, but not distracted either. He was waiting, not for a command, but for something that was coming. Arya slowly reached into her coat pocket. From inside, she pulled out the silver fife, the heirloom engraved by hand with the now faded familiar words, "For when the world is too loud." No one knew why she took it out at that moment. No one stopped her. Arya didn't look at the audience. She didn't say anything to Valor. She just brought the fife to her lips and played. The sound that emerged had no clear notes, no steady rhythm. It wasn't a song. It was a shaped breath, a sound like something long buried stirring awake. Each note, though faint, didn't direct. It called, as if reaching deep inside for something forgotten. And then something strange happened. Valor stood still. Then lowered his front legs, then his hind legs. Then his whole body sank slowly to the sand, not hastily, not tense, as though each motion was made by choice. At last, Valor's head touched the ground. But it wasn't submission. It wasn't fear. It wasn't a conditioned reflex. It wasn't something Malcolm Wexler could claim as the result of training. It was a conscious surrender, in peace. A breeze swept across the sand, soft as silk brushing old wooden floors, and in the center of the arena, the dog once deemed too dangerous to keep now lay as still as a flat stone resting in the stream bed. Peaceful. Arya stopped playing. She remained standing. Did not bow, did not lift her hand to receive applause. She let the final tone dissolve into the wind and stepped back, saying nothing. Valor didn't move. He stayed right there, eyes closed, breathing steady. In the stands, no one stirred. A man almost stood, then sat back down, afraid his chair would creak and break the spell hanging in the air. Sylvia turned to Ruth, grasping her hand. He just did something no one could ever force him to do. No one? No one. Then why did he do it? Because for the first time, someone asked what he needed, not what they wanted from him. Across the arena, Malcolm said nothing. His eyes narrowed. His fingers clenched the armrest. His aides whispered. He didn't hear them. He wasn't hearing anything anymore. Because Valor, the so-called failed product of discipline, was lying down in front of thousands of eyes, unrestrained, unleashed, uncommanded, and still he chose to trust. That arena did not end in fireworks. There were no speeches, no trophies awarded, only a silence louder than words. When a creature once trained by fear no longer needed fear to stay. And in that moment, as Valor lay quietly at Arya's feet, a testament to what trust could accomplish, Malcolm Wexler slowly stood up. "Touching," he said dryly, "but feelings don't stop a panicked dog from attacking." He signaled to his aide. From a side entrance, another dog was brought out. Larger than Valor, with sleek black and gray fur, a thick electronic collar wrapped around its neck like a circuit board. It jolted violently when held back. Eyes wide, whites visible, growling deep. "This is K9X02, Malcolm introduced smoothly, like pitching a new product. "Responsive to electric signal and clicker, optimized for high-control situations." Click, a dry, sharp sound. The dog flinched. Click. It tensed, then lunged forward as if shoved by invisible force, but the leash pulled it back, causing it to stumble. A low shock triggered, muscles in its shoulders convulsed. It howled, but the cry was swallowed by the next series of cold, mechanical clicks. No one in the crowd laughed, not even those who once applauded Malcolm. "War dogs must obey," he said, "and obedience must come with consequence." Another click. The dog jolted upright, eyes bloodshot, teeth bared, its entire body reduced to one instinct: destroy. Arya stood. She didn't speak. She didn't approach. She simply gave Valor a slight nod. No leash, no order, only silence. And Valor stepped forward from her shadow, not rushed. Each movement slow, composed, a body still powerful but relaxed. Ears up, eyes fixed, not on the frenzied dog but on something deeper, as if listening to a sound no one else could hear. Malcolm's dog was now near breakdown, foam gathered around its mouth. Paws slamming the ground in disarray, it no longer saw people, or the arena, or light, only command and pain, command and pain. Then Valor stopped. Only a human's distance away. He lay down, no growl, no tension. He simply lay there. Silent, as if telling the other dog, "I didn't come to win. I came to prove there's no need to fight anymore." The next click sounded, but this time Malcolm's dog didn't charge. It flinched, but didn't move. A stronger click, its shoulder muscles spasmed, its throat constricted, but instead of lunging, it stepped back. Once, then again. Malcolm roared, "Advance! Execute the command!" But the dog didn't move, and for the first time, Valor lifted his head and looked straight into its eyes, a gaze with no threat. "Only experience. I was you. I hurt like you, but I made it through." Between wind still as glass and hearts pounding across the stands, someone whispered, "It's not being controlled, it's choosing." And then, Malcolm's dog lay down, awkwardly, exhaustedly, not by command, not from shock, but as a reflex, when facing something it had never known before, a being who did not resist, who did not threaten, who simply was there, to say it was okay to stop. Malcolm clenched his fists, motioned to cut the power. But it was too late. The entire arena stood still, and every camera had already captured the moment. A dog trained by fear lay down, before a dog who no longer needed fear to be heard. No one called for the program to end. No music played. No slogans were shouted. The silence, once fragile, now thickened like cloth laid over the heart. And in that stillness, Arya pulled the silver fife from her coat pocket. No one knew what she intended to do. She didn't look at Valor, still lying there, calm. She didn't look at Malcolm, trembling slightly under the weight of suppressed rage. She simply bowed her head and played. This time, the melody was not for Valor. It was no longer a gentle tune to soothe old memories. It wasn't quite a summons either. It was a bridge, a sequence of low, quiet notes, drifting like wind through a half-open door, unhurried, unforced, but anyone listening deeply would sense it was not meaningless. Across the arena, the other dog raised its head, ears perked, eyes still red, but its body no longer tensed. It tilted its head slightly, as if hearing something far off. A voice from before the first day the shock collar was ever fastened. Something that bore no command, no control. Only this, "I'm here. You can stop being afraid." Arya did not interrupt the melody. She shifted her breath, gently accenting the next phrase, a sound almost like a hand stroking through fur. The dog lifted one paw, then placed it down again. Then, almost unconsciously, crept forward one step. Just one. But enough to make the entire crowd hold their breath. Malcolm froze. "Cut the signal," he muttered. "Now." But the assistant beside him had already lowered his hand, eyes locked on the arena floor. The melody continued, not louder but warmer. And then the dog stepped again. Not fast, not hesitant, but also without stopping. It moved forward until the distance between them was just a few meters. Then it sat, legs trembling, eyes wide, but it didn't flee. Arya stopped playing. She didn't say a word. She simply sat down in front of it. No call, no signal, no open palm. She just sat, as if she had always been there, long before the show began. And then Malcolm's dog took another step. Head low, tail not tucked, not wagging, just dragging gently from instinct, until it pressed its head against Arya's knee. She didn't pet him, didn't praise. She simply closed her eyes and exhaled softly. Across the arena, Valor remained still, not interfering, not staring, but his ears tilted toward Arya as if to confirm, "You did right." In the back row, Dr. Sylvia Harlow wiped her glasses and stood. She said nothing, but her eyes glowed as if what Elise Lennox had once believed had now been passed on. No one in Sage Valley moved from their seats, not because they were told, but because they all sensed they were witnessing something sacred. Not a miracle, but the return of a primal instinct, the longing to be heard. Malcolm said nothing. He turned away, quietly. And in the last rays of evening, the silver fife still shimmered, like a wand that needed no magic, but had just opened a door for creatures who once thought they'd been locked out forever. The night after the fair, the entire town of Sage Valley felt like someone had unplugged the world's volume. It wasn't the silence of anger. It was the silence that follows witnessing something you don't yet have words for. The demonstration had ended without narration. No winner was announced, no trophy handed out. Just one lasting image burned into the eyes of thousands. A dog once conditioned through electricity, and pain lay beside a dog once deemed beyond recovery. And between those two souls was Arya, a small girl with an unpainted face, holding a silver fife, playing uncertain melodies. The first video appeared online at 7:02 p.m. that same day, filmed by a high school student with a shaky phone. Only 28 seconds. But it was enough. Valor lying calmly in front of the other dog, Arya playing the fife, the second dog creeping forward, lying down, resting his head on her knee. No filters, no effects, no soundtrack, just a truth that needed no editing. In 12 hours, the video surpassed 2.5 million views. Hashtags like "Tort the Dog That Listened" and "Echo of Trust" spread across Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook groups for canine behavior. Local newspapers called Arya the girl who called back the souls of lost dogs. It wasn't training, it was presence. Love that needs no command. On veterinary forums, professionals reshared the clip with captions like, "Not all wounds need surgery, some only need to be seen, and not rushed to heal." Back in Sage Valley, residents began leaving dog biscuits, handwritten cards, even imitation silver fifes at the gate of Ruth Lennox's farm. They didn't need to meet Aria. They just wanted her to know. They understood. Aria remained silent. She declined interviews, answered no press, signed no sponsorships. She still woke early, swept the porch, fed Valor, and reread her mother's old notes. When Sylvia once asked why she wouldn't speak up, Aria simply replied, "If what I did was real, it will speak for itself. If not, then no amount of words will make it true." But Aria didn't expect that Malcolm wouldn't stay silent. 3 days later, a major news channel aired a segment titled "Analysis of Stray Dog Incident at Sage Valley," where the original clip was edited. The moment the dog approached, Aria was cut. Instead, they added commentary from a behavioral expert who had previously received funding from the Wexler Foundation, claiming, "The dog responded out of exhaustion, not connection. Removing the shock collar too early can be dangerous." In the same broadcast, Malcolm appeared briefly, saying, "I don't dismiss emotion, but emotion doesn't replace structure. A dog calmed by music today, how will it react to a fire truck siren tomorrow?" Then came posts from the National Trainer Network, pulling scientific jargon to argue against romanticizing unproven behaviors. Some even mocked. "A fife changes behavior? Sorry, we train with data, not fairy tales." And Malcolm was behind it all, not by name, not in person, but those who'd once received his funding, the equipment-backed networks, the privately linked veterinary groups, all moved in unison to create static. At the farm, Aria stayed quiet, but Ruth did not. One morning, Ruth placed the newspaper on the table, her hand trembling as she pointed to the front page, a photo of Malcolm standing beside the second K9, his hand resting on its head as though he were its savior. Sylvia quietly sipped her tea, her voice low. "He's reclaiming that dog, not with a leash, but with words." Aria didn't respond. She stepped outside. Valor was lying in the sun, eyes closed. The other dog, now named Bramble, lay closer than the day before. She simply sat down, and for the first time, she opened her mother's journal and read aloud, not for the dogs, but for herself. If a dog turns its head at the sound of your voice, not because it's afraid, but because it trusts you won't hurt it, then you've succeeded. Elise Lennox. Aria inhaled deeply, and for the first time, she looked directly into the lens of a reporter's camera hiding behind the wooden fence. She said nothing, only nodded, then turned and went inside, closing the door. The next morning, the sun couldn't pierce the veil of thin clouds. The grass remained damp with night mist, and Valor slept in that silence, eyes closed, ear drooping, so deep in sleep the sound of the door opening didn't stir him. On the porch, Aria sat cross-legged, her mother's journal open beside her. Ink had blurred where moisture soaked the pages, but the handwriting still stood clear, as if it had just been written. Therapy isn't fixing. It's helping what once fell out of this world. Return and stay. Sylvia stepped out, 2 mugs of hot tea in hand. She passed one to Aria and sat on the low wooden step. "How many people do you think actually believe us?" Aria asked, still staring at the journal. "Not enough," Sylvia replied, "but enough to begin." Aria stayed quiet. Sylvia set her mug down on the floorboards. She pulled from her coat pocket a bundle of old papers, edges curled. They were handwritten drafts Elise had once kept, never meant to be published, only to hold for herself. A disordered system of notes about emotion, reflex, breathing, space, rhythm, and the kind of silence that couldn't be translated into words. "We can say 1,000 things," Sylvia said, eyes fixed on the fields where Bramble was wandering. "But what they need isn't spoken answers. It's a place to see those answers happen, little by little." Arya turned to her. "What do you mean?" "We're not going to argue with Malcolm. We won't sue, won't do talk shows, won't appear on TV. We'll do the one thing Elise did best." Sylvia paused, resting a hand on the journal. "We'll build a place where dogs learn how to trust again, and people learn how to listen." The idea began as a small conversation on the porch. But then Ruth, who once believed she was too old to build anything new, opened an old drawer and pulled out hand-drawn kennel blueprints from Elise's lifetime. She wanted to turn this place into a rest station for post-rescue animals, Ruth said, her voice quieting. But it got shelved. No funding, no support. They said she was dreaming. Sylvia grabbed the drawings, spreading them on the table. Her eyes lit up, as if she'd found a spark under old ash. "Now we have the land. We have 2 dogs proving the method. And we have a girl named Lennox." There was no groundbreaking ceremony, no big signs. Only a small wooden plaque Arya carved by hand, Hollow Ridge Recovery Field. In memory of Elise Lennox, the first to sit still long enough to listen. The old storage barn was renovated into a lodging space. The retired horse stable became an open therapy zone. No cages, no locks. A few of Elise's old friends, once veterans in military veterinary services, began sending handwritten notes, archived videos, and case records from the recovery campaigns of decades past. Bramble became the first official patient. He began to seek human presence, especially Ruth's. One cold morning when she had a coughing fit, he walked over and quietly sat beside her. Not barking, just letting his warmth reach her wool-wrapped elbow. Arya didn't become a teacher. She didn't give speeches. She just wrote in her journal, cut grass, played the fife each evening, and waited for those pairs of eyes that seemed to ask, "Here, am I allowed to be wrong?" The story of Hollow Ridge spread in ways no one expected. A vet from another state wrote a post. "Not telling you about the place, just saying I saw a shock-collared dog sleeping peacefully among strangers." A veteran recovering from PTSD came after watching the YouTube clip, bringing with him a dog that couldn't stop trembling at thunder. A mother of a child with autism asked to visit. Not to touch Valor, but just to let her daughter sit near him. They didn't come for treatment. They came to know that somewhere in the world there was a place where perfection wasn't a requirement for acceptance. Malcolm kept pushing back, edited clips, twisted flyers, paid experts to write essays debunking emotional pseudoscience. But there was one thing he couldn't measure. True healing doesn't attract attention at first. It moves quietly, until one day it exists in the background of conversations between 2 people who once didn't believe in anything. One late afternoon, as Arya was cleaning the straw barn, Sylvia handed her a newspaper. Nothing big, no bold headlines. The front page showed Valor sleeping beside Bramble. Beneath it, one simple line. "Maybe we were wrong. Maybe what a dog needs is someone to sit long enough so it doesn't have to be afraid anymore." Arya folded the paper. Didn't smile. But she walked out to the yard, dragged a low wooden chair beside the oak tree where Valor lay, and sat down. Not for anything, not to start something new, just to be there. The breeze was soft. The scent of grass and damp wood lingered in the air. The ground still held a trace of morning dew. Valor didn't lift his head, but one ear tilted faintly toward Arya, a movement so small, yet enough to let her know he was aware, and that he no longer felt alone. A week later, a carved wooden sign was hung on the front gate. Lennox Kinship Sanctuary. No locks, no cages. No one must be perfect to be allowed to stay. The letters were hand-carved, uneven, but those who looked closely could see the etched marks of a small knife, like the quiet strokes of someone who didn't need to shout in order to be believed. The land behind the farmhouse was extended. The old pasture was flattened and planted with daisies and lavender. A row of willows grew into an arch around the corner of the yard, where the dogs often chose to rest. There were no kennels, no metal sounds, no leashes hanging. Each dog that arrived was given a name tied loosely around its neck on a soft fabric band. No ID numbers, no commands, just a name, a way to say, "Here, you are not a function. You are a presence." Sylvia brought her old behavior maps. She spread them across the wooden table in the barn and invited each volunteer to gather, not to teach, but to ask. This dog flinches at the smell of wool. Another stays calm during sirens. The question isn't why, it's how do we stay beside them in a way that won't make them leave again? The veterinary school sent 3 students. No clipboards, just time. A young man was given one assignment: do nothing for 3 days. Just sit in the yard near a dog named Micah, who had once been beaten with a stick by her former owner. Day 1, Micah didn't look. Day 2, she glanced. Day 3, she lay down 1 meter away and didn't leave, and that was logged in the journal. Day 3, a soft acknowledgement. Bramble, Valor, and 3 new dogs became the first group of the recovery corridor. There was no fixed schedule, no official therapy sessions, only space, wide enough to run, quiet enough to sleep, and enough humans willing to sit still when the dogs didn't want to be touched. Aria posted a small handwritten sign at the entrance to the equipment room. If you wish to teach something, make sure first you've listened to what that being is carrying. The first night, a new dog arrived. A female shepherd, temporarily named Ivy. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, wouldn't lie down. She just paced in circles along the perimeter wall, as if searching for a surface to press her back against. Aria didn't approach. She laid a blanket beneath the tree, 4 meters away, and lay down. Her eyes never left Ivy, but she didn't call, didn't invite. 30 minutes? An hour? 2 hours. Ivy didn't come closer, but she didn't leave either. Aria eventually drifted to sleep, and when she woke at dawn, she saw Ivy lying just 2 steps away, eyes open, guarded, but not gone. In Elise's journal, there was a line Aria had underlined 3 times. Healing begins the moment an animal no longer sees your presence as a threat, but as part of its space. At the kitchen table, Sylvia studied the layout map of the grounds. She sketched a new section. The quiet zone. No one may enter unless invited. Aria nodded. A place for the days when they don't want people. Ruth added, and for people too. One day, an old soldier from another town arrived. He hadn't called, hadn't signed up. He simply stood at the gate for an hour with a small, trembling dog in his arms. Sylvia came out. She didn't ask much. This little one lost her voice after a fireworks show outside the house, he said softly. The vet says she's fine, but she doesn't speak anymore. Sylvia smiled gently. Here, it's okay not to speak. On the 3rd day, the little dog, now named Lilo, let out a faint whimper while Aria was reading a book several steps away. No one celebrated. No one called it progress. But Ruth noted it in her log. Day 3, Lilo made her first sound since arrival. Not to communicate, perhaps just to confirm she still exists. And then, one afternoon, Sylvia said, Aria, this is no longer a shelter. This is a sanctuary. Not because we teach anything sacred, but because here, even the smallest pain is recorded. Arya looked out to the yard. Valor lay in the grass, the golden light of sunset falling across his back. Nearby, Bramble stood watch, out of habit. Ivy rested farther away, but her head was turned toward them, a place without cages, without crates, without leashes, only names, breath, and someone listening. The rattle of truck tires echoed lightly on the gravel drive near the gate. Sylvia stepped out first. In the back seat was a black, shaggy dog, eyes unblinking, no growling, no whimpering, but the whole body tensed, curled like a rusted steel coil. The blanket under him was damp. He had urinated in fear as the truck stopped. "Does he have a name?" Arya asked. "Not sure," Sylvia replied. "The record says Specimen A-27, found during a raid on an illegal training camp." Arya didn't speak. She just opened the gate slowly, didn't step forward, didn't welcome. Sylvia unlatched the kennel door. It opened. Silence filled the space. The dog, later named Reef, didn't move. He only looked down. 35 minutes later, he took his first step out of the truck. No one approached. No one called him. Reef was followed only by gazes, from afar. Arya sat on the porch. Sylvia walked around the back of the house. Ruth set a bowl of water 5 meters away. Valor did nothing. Until the second afternoon. The sun angled low through the oak trees. The wind stirred the drying laundry. Arya was reading from Elise's notebook, a passage on resistance in silence. Her eyes stayed on the page, but her heartbeat quickened when she noticed Valor stood, not toward a person, but toward Reef. Slowly, without intention. He crossed the yard, passed by Ivy, who was sleeping, and stopped at the edge of the grass, a few meters from Reef. Then he lay down. No looking, no sniffing, no reaction, just lying there. Reef glanced over, just for a moment. But his eyes didn't flinch. He didn't turn away. And that was the first signal. On the third day, Valor returned to the same spot. He lay down at the exact distance as the day before. No closer, no farther. Reef didn't move either. But this time, his head pointed directly toward Valor. On the morning of the 5th day, Ruth was the first to see it. Reef was lying down, but not alone. Valor lay closer, just 2 steps away. They didn't touch, but their breaths were in sync. Sylvia noted in the journal, "Approach doesn't come through sound, not through scent, but through rhythm. When one being begins to align its rhythm with another, even without trust, it means they're testing the bridge of a connection once torn apart." On the 6th day, Reef approached the water bowl Ruth had set out. Just a few steps away. He didn't drink. He just stood. Valor stood too. No signals, no approach. Just standing, from another angle, as if blocking the wind. Reef lowered his head and drank. That afternoon, Sylvia sighed in the kitchen. "We thought we saved Valor. But maybe he's the one who's been saving every creature that came after him." Arya nodded. "He never teaches, he just stays long enough." On the 7th day, Reef was officially named. Not in a ceremony, no collar, just a quiet afternoon when Arya wrote in her journal, "Reef, not for the sea, but for the bed of rock beneath the waves, where the current still crashes but it endures. That's who he is." And the next morning, for the first time, Reef approached a human. Not Arya, but Ruth, sitting in the yard clipping leaves, wheezing from a cold. Reef walked up, gently sniffed the hem of her coat. didn't lick, didn't sit, didn't ask for a leash. Just stood there, as if to know. He had stepped beyond his first boundary. On the wooden board at the entrance to the recovery zone, Sylvia wrote a new line in white chalk. Not everyone comes here to be taught. Sometimes, we're here just to relearn how to exist beside a being relearning itself. Arya read that line each time she passed, not to remind herself, but to keep the rhythm. Since the sanctuary began, everyone had found their role. Sylvia was the observer of behavior. Ruth tended the garden and the stories. Volunteers cared for the grounds, the kitchen, and kept records. Valor opened doors. Bramble stood guard. Reef was the one relearning his first breath, and Arya was the keeper of rhythm, not of time, but of presence, of breath, of being, of the space between life and listening. She began every morning by pulling the wooden chair beneath the old oak, not to observe, not to train, just to sit, with her mother's journal in hand, and sometimes the silver fife tucked deep in her coat pocket. Valor often arrived first. No call needed. Bramble followed silently. Reef still sat at an angle, but no longer with the alert stare of the early days. The new dogs, frightened, withdrawn, often not even knowing their own names, slowly found a place in that space. Not because they were brought into a new routine, but because they were allowed to keep their old fragments and weren't required to be whole in order to be loved. A small dog named Finch had been found in an abandoned grain shed. For 3 weeks, he didn't step out from under a bush. But one morning, when Arya set her book down, Finch crawled out, not because he was called, but because the silence had lasted long enough to no longer feel like a threat. They began to show up, one by one, in their own ways, not uniformly, not at the same pace, not like lessons. Each afternoon, Sylvia still logged behavioral notes, but she also began a new section, non-verbal responses, where she described the kinds of changes charts couldn't capture. Day 143. Coyote lay 1.3 meters from the group, didn't react to the fife, but for the first time, closed his eyes while Valor remained nearby. It wasn't sleep. It was a kind of consent. I don't need to hide right now. At Lennox Kinship Sanctuary, the sounds that echoed daily weren't commands, clickers, or whistles. They were the rustling of leaves, dripping water, the soft scratch of claws on earth, and, now and then, the deep sigh of a dog who once didn't believe it had the right to breathe in peace. Arya kept her rhythm steady. Each morning she pulled the wooden chair under the oak tree. Not to watch, not to train. She just sat, with her mother's notebook in hand, and sometimes the silver fife tucked quietly into her coat. Valor usually arrived first, never needed calling. Bramble followed in silence. Reef still kept to a diagonal angle, but no longer eyed every move with suspicion as he once had. The newly arrived dogs, anxious, withdrawn, often unaware of their own names, slowly found a place in that shared space. Not because they were fitted into a new routine, but because they were allowed to carry their broken pieces, and weren't asked to be whole in order to be loved. A tiny dog named Finch was once found in an abandoned silo. For 3 weeks he didn't step out from behind the hedges. But then, one morning, just as Arya laid down her book, Finch crept forward, not because he was summoned, but because the silence had lasted long enough not to frighten him anymore. They began to exist. Each one. In their own way, not in unison, not by schedule, not as part of any lesson. Each evening, Sylvia continued documenting behavioral patterns, but now she included a new log. Nonverbal feedback, a place for describing changes that couldn't be charted. Day 143. Coyote lies 1.3 meters from the group. Didn't respond to the fife. But for the first time, closed his eyes while Valor remained nearby. It wasn't sleep. It was a form of agreement. I don't need to hide right now. Ruth, though already well into her years, still sat on the porch every noon, pulling weeds from the backyard garden. Every time a dog lay near her feet, she didn't reach down to pet it. She simply nodded, as if speaking to herself. You've found peace here now. And then one day, when the breeze swept over the highlands carrying the last warmth of spring, something in the air shifted. Arya was sitting beside Valor, twirling the silver fife between her fingers, not yet playing. A young girl from a neighboring town had been brought to the sanctuary. She hadn't spoken to anyone for nearly 2 years since her father passed. In her hand was a piece of paper, its contents unknown to anyone. She didn't enter the yard, she only stood and watched. And then, without anyone prompting, Valor walked toward the fence. No growl, no bark, no attempt to make contact, just stood there. The girl sat down on the ground on the other side of the fence. No touch, no calling. 10 minutes, then 20. No one intervened. Arya played a short passage, just 3 notes, then put the fife away. The girl lifted her hand, drew 3 notes in the air, then folded the piece of paper and tucked it into her coat pocket. The next day, the girl came back, this time with a pencil. On another morning, a large dog named Scout arrived at the sanctuary. He had been transferred from a decommissioned K9 unit kennel, previously labeled uncooperative, aggressive, with heightened reflexes toward loud male voices. Arya did nothing when Scout arrived. She simply handed the silver fife to Sylvia and walked to the edge of the field, where new dogs often chose to sit alone. Sylvia was the one who played for Scout the first time. Scout didn't approach, but he didn't flee either. On the 3rd day, Sylvia shared, "Today, when I stopped playing, he turned his head. Very slightly, but it was the first time." On the 5th day, Scout lay down, beside Arya. Not because he was healed, but because that place no longer felt like a place to fear. The story of Kinship Sanctuary began to spread, not through media, but through handwritten letters, blurry photographs, and voice memos of a dog's breathing as it finally slept soundly next to a stranger for the first time. No press conferences, no reporters, just the murmurs passed on by those who had once lost hope, saying, "I saw it. I saw a dog stop trembling when someone just sat beside them and did nothing at all." 1 year after Arya walked out of the auction ring, a photograph was hung on the wooden wall of the central barn. Not a portrait of her, but a photo taken from behind. Of her sitting beneath the oak tree, Valor lying beside her, Bramble 1 breath away, Reef resting farther off, and a new, unnamed dog taking its first steps toward them. Below the photo, a single bold line. It's not the words that saved them. It's the waiting. On a summer afternoon, while Ruth stoked the fire for tea, Sylvia turned to Arya and asked, "Do you ever wonder, if your mother were still alive, what she'd think of this place?" Arya looked out to the yard. Valor was lying in the sun. She replied slowly, "I don't think she needs to see it, because her part never left." That night, Arya wrote in the notebook she had continued from where Elise left off. "I don't play the fife every day, but I carry it because maybe someone out there still needs to hear something they've never been listened to before." And in the final pages of that notebook, Arya wrote 1 sentence, meant for Valor, but maybe for any creature that had ever only been called by a number. "I never made you change. I just waited long enough to hear what you needed." And sometimes, an echo left from the past is the only sound that helps us find our way home.